We are back again, Charlie. I hope you are all doing well. This vlog shares my experience at the Lesedi Cultural Village, which is located about an hour drive from Johannesburg. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. So guys, I really underestimated Johannesburg because the first day we came, it was cold, but it was not that cold. Today is extremely cold. Like very, very cold. We go here and the airport AC was like, oh, normal. I was still wearing my dress, feeling all cool and all that. Now we get out and I'm like, no, I have to wear my jacket. Wow, so cold. Like, look at my fingers are like literally freezing right now. Wow. This is how it looks like from here. We're about to leave to our hotel. We are currently about to take some drumming lessons from the crew, and I'm super excited you all are going to join us on this. So let's go, let's practice how to drum here in South Africa. Here.
It's the cultural village. It's the cultural village.
Yay! So yeah.
Alright, so my friend, good morning once again.
Good morning.
Let me start with my different tribes, namely Amandebe, the Ndebele speaking people, Amasu, Basotho, Amakhosa, and the last one, the Beni people. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to use this South African map to identify those tribes that we have here in the Lesedi Cultural Village. The first tribe that we have the people all the way from the north, Beni people, the sons and daughters of the great king, King Sikukuni. And they had the reign queen by the name of Queen Mujaji. They no longer calling the province Limpopo province. Why are they calling Limpopo province? Because of up here, there's a huge river that separates South Africa and Zimbabwe. Limpopo River. The second tribe that we have, the people all the way from Mpumalanga, Amandebe, the Ndebele speaking people. We call the Ndebeles the artistic of South Africa. For they use colors to communicate. As you can see, this is the Ndebele theater. The painted wall over there, it shows you that they are the artistic of South Africa. They use colors to communicate. When they are happy, they will use the colorful colors. And when they are sad, they will use the dark colors. Those are the Ndebeles all the way from Mpumalanga province. Amazulu, that's why you find them KZN, KwaZulu-Natal. Sons and daughters of the great king, King Shaka Zulu. The black Napoleon, the Zulu-speaking people all the way from KwaZulu-Natal. Basotho, that's what you find. Now, Lesotho is one of the independent countries within South Africa. For they use passport to visit us, and we also use passport to visit them. Lesotho, their country. Basotho, the people. Sesotho, that is their language to speak. So now, friends, can you please say Lesotho, Basotho, Sesotho? Basotho, Lesotho, Sesotho. Lesotho, Basotho, Sesotho. We'll be your guide. Feel free to ask a question and take as many pictures as you like. Remember, it's all history. The men to the villages.
All right, my good friends, are you ready?
Yes.
Are you ready? Yes. Let's rock and roll. Follow me.
Right here in the cultural village, we are going to take a tour to the villages, how it started before the app now. So yeah.
All right. All right, good friends. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Tolani Ntombela. Tolani means peace. So I'm a peaceful warrior all the way from KwaZulu-Natal. I'll be your host for today, and I hope you will enjoy this journey with me. All right. So without any waste of time, this is our first village here, which is the Zulu. Can you say Amazulu?
Amazulu.
Good friends, I can't hear you.
Amazulu.
The Zulu people all the way from KwaZulu-Natal. We are the sons and daughters of the great King Shaka Zulu.
Yeah.
So before we enter inside the village, let me quickly explain about the pile of stones behind you. So please come with me. Right, outside. Take a look. All right. They spit on it and then they add it onto the pile. By so doing that, they are busy communicating with their ancestors, telling them about the journey, the purpose of their journey, and then they ask for good luck because they want to come back home safe and alive. And I think, my friends, all of you here, you want to come back home safe.
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
And alive.
Yeah.
Now we are about to take a long journey. Can you please do the same? Pick up the stone away from the pile, you spit on it, make a wish before you add it. Before you throw it, my sister,
They said we should pick a
let me tell you
stone,
something.
make a
The
wish.
bigger the stone, the bigger the luck.
Hey, the bigger the stone, the bigger the luck. So let me just get a bigger stone.
Bigger the stone.
I got a bigger stone here. And we need to spit, make a wish, spit on the stone, make a wish and throw it in there. So I'm going to make a wish.
Oh yeah, all right, okay, good.
Yes, I could find.
You better go home. Huh? Make sure you don't
Actually,
miss the
no.
pile.
I think this one. Which one?
All right, good friends, can I have attention, please? Right, as you can see here, the gate is always closed. You may wonder why. My brother from another mother. Hello, brother. You from KwaZulu-Natal. The gate is always closed. Why? It's because the Zulus, they like fighting too much, huh? Very, very aggressive people. You enter inside their village without asking for permission, you are in trouble. Maybe you will never come back. So permission first. And by asking for permission, you let them know that you are coming with peace. You see the warrior up there? He's a security guard. Our Zulu ADT. You enter inside without asking for permission, he's gonna shout and tell the warriors to get ready to fight. All right.
This guy is not strong, man.
Really?
Hi. Yebo.
Usho kanjani lento? But all right, good friends. Can you say Skulogile Kaya?
Skudelila Kaya!
Yes, but louder.
Skudelila Kaya!
You see, my brother, now he's passing the message.
What is he saying?
Lunch is arrived.
This village is a beautiful village.
Yeah. This is the Zulu village.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you know them, my brother, huh? Ladies are not allowed to enter inside the kraal, huh? Zulus, we've got our own way of greetings, and it goes with a handshake like this, huh? It's Sawubona, Unjani, Siyapila. Simply means, hello, how are you? I'm fine. My sister from another mother, can you please come forward? If you don't have cows, you are not a respected man in the community. No cows, no wife. All right. No cows, no wife. So to marry a Zulu lady, we pay how many cows?
11 cows.
We pay 11 cows for one lady, and they are very, very expensive because one cow costs plus or minus 10,000 rands. All right. In our culture, you can marry as many wives as you can, but it depends how many cows do you have. So many cows, many wives, but many wives, many problems.
How many wives do you have?
Me, I'm not married yet, my brother.
You're not married yet?
You know, let me tell you the truth, my brother. There's a difference between the people who are living in the cities and those people who are living in the villages. I think maybe 70% of the people who are living in the villages, they are still doing it. And then 30% of the people who are living in the cities, they don't do it anymore. Why? Because they adopted the style of the Western. Plus or minus 30 people in one village like this. But one lady cooks for everybody. But they take turns. So how to identify our main kitchen? By the openings on the sides, all around until the side. This is for the smoke to come out when the ladies are busy cooking. We call it into enkulu or into kakoko. You know, when the Zulus are building their village, my brother, I think you know that. When the Zulus are building their village, they start by building this one, into kakoko first. Before they build the kitchen or any of these huts. They start by building this one.
Why?
This is where they communicate with their ancestors. Thank you very much. Let's move to the next one. By wearing the short skirts and the beaded attire. So why they're wearing the short skirts is to show the guys out there that, hey, she's still available.
Available.
Available, exactly. Hey, brother, how many cows do you have?
Sorry.
How many cows do you have?
I have 8.
8. Not allowed to take it off during the day or during the night. You sleep with it. Yeah. Oh, let me say, long time ago, they used to sew it onto your hair permanently. Yes, so that you cannot take it off. If you take it off, it's a divorce. So the question is, how do they wash their hair? How do they sleep at night? So if they want to wash their hair, they slaughter a goat or a cow. As you can see the skulls on top. You see the skulls on top? Yeah. They slaughter a goat or a cow just to tell the ancestors, my dear, that you are not divorcing your husband. You just wash your hair. After that, you do what? You put it back. And then for sleeping at night, take a look. They use this one as a nice pillow. Wow. Very comfortable.
The married women were suffering then. Yeah.
And then during the day, the husband sits on it. So it's easy for you ladies to do what? To dream about your husband at night by using this one. So greet him by saying, Sabona!
Sabona. Yebo, ngimchazela ngekhali zakaZulu umkhonto ophathwa inkosi senza ngakhona kaJama kaZulu. Wephathi bemini bemhlani beyishumi. Ibe lo mkhonto ukhala uthi papa kwase uqamba igama wathi sipha.
I think there is no need to translate. Everybody understands Zulu, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, brother. Brother, do you still remember the Italian and the Fatah?
Oh, you're the one.
Eh?
Oh my God, so good.
What's so morena?
What's up, Morena?
All right, my good friends, this is how to identify the Basotho people.
It didn't really look like it's a big place from the outside, but then we've been working, learning about the Zulu culture, and this is amazing. These are the things you get to learn when you are on a trip, when you travel. Like, this is really amazing.
I know it's very difficult for you to speak Xhosa, but practice makes perfect. So I want all of you to try this one. Can you say ka? Twist your tongue backwards. E, o, u. Together. U. And this, you know what does that Transport. This is what they use to carry their crops from the field. They put their crops inside here after harvesting. Because this thing is too heavy, it will be pulled by only 2 cows from the field. Let's meet everybody. The same idea. Fireplace. And I don't know who came with an idea first between the 2 tribes, but they are very smart. Here they call it ingame. And let me give you the rules of the main hut. When we enter inside, women sit on the right side, gentlemen on the left. So why women sit on the right side? Is it because women are always right?
Yep.
Do you agree, gentlemen?
Yeah. No comment.
Women are always right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The building blocks and numbers.
Yeah.
Hello. So we are going to sit here on the mat, right? Yes. Okay.
In the door, and all beautiful women are protected behind the door. And then the gentlemen on the left will be exposed. So they have to do what? Fight and protect. the women. Thank you very much.
That's awesome.
That's awesome, eh?
Yeah.
Am I,
always your
so,
protectors.
so it is for the women. So please don't tell them, my brother. Okay. One is for the men and one is for the women. You know, they say women are always right. So I just want to find out, is it true or not? Okay, between the two, oh, it is true. Okay. Between the two, which one is for the women?
The longer one.
The long one is for women.
Yeah.
Do you all agree?
No, I think the shorter one.
Way back. All right. The long pipe is for women, and then the short one is for the men. Why the long pipe is for women?
They have long patience.
Yeah, exactly. But the real reason is because of the Xhosa ladies. When they are going to the field or they are going to the river to fetch water, they always carry their little ones at the back. I mean, their babies. So by using the long pipe, they are protecting their babies from the smoke. Good. So now they're going to sing a quick song for us.
Anisele kabele kutapa ngukono twani ikwihale ndela ngukono sele kabele kutapa ngukono twani ikwihale ndela ngukono twani sele kabele kutapa ngukono twani.
Give them a big round of applause. Take it.
Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience here at the Lezidi Cultural Village. Until next time on my next vlog, I hope you're enjoying my South African vlogs. Yeah, until next time, I want to say I love you all. A big shout out to the South African tourism for making this happen. I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Until next time, bye. Mwah.
George, you good?
Hi guys, we are back again. Charlie, I hope you are doing amazing while here. Don't forget to subscribe, like and share. Love you all. Hello. Good morning. Guys, just take a look at the washroom. The female is lioness, and then we have the male, which is the lion. This is interesting. Welcome. going to see the lions in this car, in the safari car, and this is how it looks.
So guys, I will be taking you out on the tour. It is about an hour and a half, maximum 2 hours, depending obviously on you guys. Generally, if you're not happy with it, in other words, no questions, no interest, it take about 10 minutes, just drive through everything. But as long as you start asking the questions and everything like that, I'll definitely be talking about everything. But guys, just also know this is a captive park, which means we will definitely see predators, lions, wild dogs, cheetahs, hyenas and leopards that we will definitely see. So a few gaps, you see them but just above your head, that's where you can take pictures from. But I ask no arms and hands go outside the vehicle. Our lions do sometimes jump up against the vehicles.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
But if you want if we don't mind the donations if you put your arms and fingers outside, we don't mind. But just also know, yes, if you do that, it might invite them to come closer. McDonald's of the bush. You guys see the big black M on the back side? It's actually a follow me mark, but they like to use that as what we would call as a marking to stand for McDonald's. Reason why? They're fast food for predators.
The lion is chilling.
Yo, Simba.
Not Simba, but antisocial on a regular basis, especially on a Monday. Over 300 kilograms, and he's only 9 years old by the way.
How long do they live for?
So in a captive area they can live between 20 to 25 years. Out in the wild only about 10 to 15 years. So they do live much longer in a captive area because obviously everything is given to them here. Yeah. Ladies are given to them, food is given to them, habitat is given to them, so they tend to live. But anything that is died of natural causes. But our lions are quite picky on what they like to eat, preferably horse meat. It's less fat, and that's what main thing.
How often do you feed them?
Only twice a week.
Twice a week.
And they can be there full, they survive the whole week.
Yeah, they can actually go without food for up to 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah. The reason why is, you see how he's laying right now?
Yeah.
Just know that they actually sleep 16 to 20 hours a day. So the digestive system is very slow. And on top of that, lions can't actually digest bone or skin.
Hi! Hi!
You said well fed. Most of our people call our lions fat. But we don't like fat shaming our animals. They are well fed.
Well, they're well. You see how she schools them?
Oh wow. She's like, big sister's like, don't do that.
Oh wow, wow.
Sit.
She's being a bully, as I told you guys.
What's she doing now?
She's just being a bully. Exactly.
So this is the first family we've seen.
Family of lions? Yes. Alright, let's hit that direction.
We are going to see the next one now. I'm super excited. I hope it's bigger.
Oh, this one also has one. So they took everyone's that has come in, I'm assuming. So this pride is a little bit more different than the previous pride. With that.
George, you good?
Is that a mating call?
guys need to actually listen.
How many lions do you have in all?
We've actually lost count.
Wow. But it's going to be over 70?
No, at the moment it's about over 70. We've been keeping count, but it's not at this point. That's more or less what
And how
we
do you
have.
guys separate the aggressive ones?
Those ones we've already put there before we actually had them here. So we've picked out the right ones.
That was a quickie.
It's just to add onto my information. You have officially watched mating.
Yo.
Oh my god.
Is it Sipo or is it
It's Sipo.
It's Sipo.
It's not yet.
Go faster, bro. Wait till
You guys need to actually listen.
Wow, listen. Oh, what am I? What am I? This is keep quiet and listen.
very humble. Quiet.
Yeah, no. He has microscopical spikes, and those spikes actually is just there to stimulate her to fall pregnant. So that is why she has to give consent. If she does not give consent, they'll get a high five in the face. I don't know if you guys noticed her body language when she sat down. She slightly lifted up her hind legs. That was her invitation and consent, by the way. So she won't just allow a male to mate with her. Now he's gonna. So, ladies, let me just elaborate a little bit. The best way to explain this is like the guys that follow you in the club. Yeah. He will not let go of her until she's pregnant, in his eyes, because as you guys notice, when he lifts her at the backside, there are actually hormones that produce to tell her that she's pregnant. So once he sniffs that outside of her, it's another way to just tell him, listen, I'm pregnant, so you can leave me alone.
Wow.
Alright, let us head towards the other family, guys.
Sure, bro. See you next time.
This is really beautiful.
About protection.
Like the fact that they are all closer to us. Whoa. Bye bye, our new friends. It's huge. Yeah. It's another beautiful family.
This is our Rainbow Nation pride. So there's a white male that's got very much scars on his face, and his name is Marshmallow. And then the male right next to him, his name is Shaka. They are actually brothers. Same mother, same father. Father was white, mother was brown. So Shaka is a split lion, which is a mix between a white and a brown lion. And the female right in front of us is actually a normal savanna lion. So she's like a normal brown lion. So, but what's interesting about her is she also carries the genetics of a white lion. So if she mates with any of these two males, she can actually have white. You guys, I told you.
So we are currently here, and then the hyenas. These are the hyenas. So let's see the hyenas, but they are sleeping.
Honestly, if you want to really see our African wild dogs and our cheetahs a little bit awake, is on Wednesdays. They get fed on Wednesdays. Say again?
They're all sleeping.
So with our African wild dogs, guys, this one will eat you alive. Okay. They're known to be the most successful hunters in the animal kingdom. Their success rate in hunting is about 90% of the time that they catch their prey. So the black line that goes down the face, your leopards do not have that marking as they are night hunters, and your cheetahs are day hunters. So the marking on the face.
It's not a leopard.
This is a cheetah. We are currently seeing the cheetah.
Where you get to see two types of hyenas. That's the striped hyena and spotted hyena. So there's your striped hyena over there. They're actually waiting for you guys, by the way. And then you can take a walk around. You'll find me back here by the vehicle when you're ready to. There's just a little stretch of
So yeah, you're going to see the hyenas, walk around them, show you how they look. Yeah. So this is how they look like. This is the first one. If you look far away, they are currently sleeping, and this is the source of water.
Hey, Chowta girl.
What's her name?
Chowta.
Chowta girl.
Chowta.
Chowta girl. Oh, this is her.
Chowta.
Chowta.
Chowta. What's up, Chowta?
Hi, Chowta girl.
Chowta.
Hey, pretty girl. She likes being praised, by the way.
She likes what?
Likes being praised.
Hello, beautiful.
And there's another one, but he is so dark here.
In between the trees on the ground.
So guys, this is going to end the vlog here. I felt sick right coming here. I don't know what happened, but I really feel sick. So this brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting the entire park with you. Let me know in the comment section if you learned a lot about these animals, and let me know if it's a place you are going to find yourself whenever you're in South Africa, whenever you're in Johannesburg. It's quite a distance from me. It's about an hour drive from Johannesburg, but yeah, it's worth the drive. It's worth coming. It's beautiful. You get to learn about these animals and how they live and all that. So until next time, on my next video, I hope to catch you up the next time. I know even though your girl is sick, I know you enjoyed this video. I love you all. Mwah. How did you enjoy the tour?
The tour,
Yeah.
It was a good one. Personally, first time seeing lion that close, even though I'm an African, but I don't have a lion as a pet. But people are saying when you come to Africa, I mean, all Africans have a lion as a pet. I remember when I was in China those days, they said when they came to Kenya for the first time, Kenyans were using giraffes as a pet. So they decided to establish the train for Kenyans. You know, but it's rather unfortunate that as an African, I've never seen a lion before. So today, coming closer to a lion, it's super cool, man. Seeing lions climb trees, I thought it's only monkeys that climb trees.
Yeah. Me too.
How was the tour? It was really cool. I really enjoyed it. I felt safe, which is important, right? When safe now.
You sure you felt safe?
I felt.
welcome to another episode of Diaspora Link, exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri. We have another wonderful episode to you today with someone from Toronto, Canada, who's a literacy specialist. It's my hope that we get her to move to Ghana or one of these African countries and bring her talents and skills with her, because we will need that on the continent as we double in population size as the youngest continent in the world. Let's dive into this interview with Kamisha Cox. Welcome back, my good people here on Diaspora Link. As I mentioned to you in the beginning, we are here with our guest, Kamisha Cox. And as we do with every episode, we are going to get to know Kamisha with our game choices. Kamisha, thank you for being here again.
Thank you for having me.
So we're going to play choices. Choices is really simple. I'm going to give you two choices. You have to choose one. Okay. You'll choose one and tell me why. Please don't be difficult like some of our other guests where they just absolutely refuse to choose one.
All righty.
Okay? All right. Now, I know that you are born of Jamaican parents, but living in Toronto. And you've been in Ghana for some time now, right?
Yes.
So what I'm going to ask you is to choose between Jamaica and Ghana. Which one and why?
Jamaica.
Okay. The answer might be obvious.
Well, it's just, I guess I haven't been here long enough, I feel, to kind of make a fair comparison.
Okay.
So... You know, Jamaica, beautiful beaches, the people, the people are kind. There are a lot of actually similarities between the two places.
Okay, excellent.
Right? So I would say that there are a lot of similarities, but the food, you know what I mean? It's the food I grew up eating, and I kind of miss it. There are some things that you can get here, like, you know, we call it plantain. Here they call it plantain, but I mean it tastes the same.
It tastes the same thing. Same thing.
So if I have to make a choice, Jamaica. I'm going to choose Jamaica.
Okay, no problem. Let's try this. Toronto versus Jamaica.
Toronto. Oh, that's hard. It's hard. That's hard. I mean, there are pros and cons.
Choose one. They're still going to let you back in either place where you go, but the whole point of this is just to have you make a choice. So let's choose one.
Toronto?
Toronto. Why Toronto?
I mean, I guess that's where most of my family is now.
Okay.
Right?
So for family.
Yes.
Okay.
And friends.
Okay.
But then I would say Jamaica because of the,
the
weather and the freedom.
Okay, got you. All right, how about this one? You've been in Ghana for a little while, so you've had some of the food here, right?
Yes.
Okay. Jollof rice.
Yes.
Versus rice and peas.
They're so different. I would say, okay, jeez.
See, ladies and gentlemen, this is what happens when we like to stub our guests a little bit, and they always have an excuse or a reason or something that says why they absolutely can't give us a choice, but we're going to force her to give us a choice.
Oh, God.
Jollof versus rice and peas. Just pick one.
Jollof or rice and peas.
So if I'm serving you dinner and I'm like, we have jollof or rice and peas on the menu, which one? Which do you choose?
Okay, so if it's for a standalone, like you're eating this by itself.
There we go.
Okay.
Which one?
Then I'll choose jollof.
Okay, done. We're not going to let you give us no more explanation.
Oh, man, but I need to give the other explanation. If I'm eating the rice with some kind of meat dish,
you choose rice and peas.
I'm going to choose rice and peas.
All right. I'll take that. I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll take that. All right. Now, this is another question. As a woman in business, right, and someone who travels around, do you prefer? Wait a minute, because let me think about this, because your last few answers. Here you go. How about this? American football versus soccer.
Oh, boy. I'm not really a fan of either, to be honest.
So if I was giving you tickets to the Super Bowl or the World Cup, which one do you want?
I would probably say, that's really hard. You see, the World Cup is more international.
Okay, so which one?
So I'll go with the World Cup.
World Cup.
Yes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, she's completed the choices even though it was a little bit difficult. And as you know, we believe that our choices do not have to push us further apart, but they can bring us closer together. And that's why we do choices, to see that we all will choose different things. But it doesn't mean that we can't work together. It doesn't mean that we can't unify because we have different choices. Okay, so now we're going to move on to our next one called Top 5. Kamisha.
Oh my goodness.
You like, I don't know what this guy got up his sleeve. Don't worry. Okay, Top 5 is simple. I'm going to give you 5 categories and you have to choose one.
Okay.
Okay? All right, and I'll help you out along the way and explain.
All right.
All right, 1. Your favorite book. Now, it doesn't have to be your favorite, but if you could think of one book that you wanted other people to read that made a difference in your life, what would that book be?
Oh, man.
And as a person whose business is the professional business of reading and teaching
reading.
A
difference in my life. I would say, there are so many books. The book that I'm listening to right now is Whatever It Takes.
Whatever It Takes.
By Jeffrey Canada.
By Jeffrey Canada.
And it's about an educator who decides that he wants to make a real difference in his community. And he basically creates a cradle-to-career pathway for children and families in Harlem, in a particular community in Harlem. And I for the work that I do, that's inspirational. It's, I think it's work to kind of model what the change that I'm trying to make, particularly in the community that I grew up in, but also in other communities across the city of Toronto, the country, and internationally. I think it's a model. So
whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Got it. All right. Favorite food. Now, it could be a kind of food, like Jamaican food, or it could be a specific dish, like ackee and saltfish. It could be, which one?
Favorite dish.
Or kind of food.
Or kind of food. I really like, I'm always going to say Jamaican food. I love Jamaican food. If I had to choose something outside of Jamaican food, then I would say Ethiopian food. I really
What's your favorite Ethiopian dish?
I actually like all of the veggie options.
Yes.
Yeah, so I get the veggie platter.
I'm thinking about going to Simmer It this week here in Accra. So
I actually haven't been to that one.
Make sure you go.
Yes.
Make sure you go. Simmer It, we're going to send you the invoice for that plug, so don't worry about that. All right. Favorite place to vacation. This could be a place that you've already been or a place that you want to go.
All right. I would say Zanzibar.
Zanzibar.
Yes.
Okay.
I went to Zanzibar in 2019, and it's breathtaking. It's beautiful.
Okay, stop right there because I haven't been. I don't want to know nothing else other than breath. All I need is breathtaking and beautiful enough to book my ticket. Okay, favorite musical artist or genre, if you had to choose one. So if you choose a musical artist, it could be across all musical genres.
Right.
Or genre. Which one?
I would say my favorite artist of all time, Lauryn Hill.
Lauryn Hill.
Lauryn Hill.
Listen, I still listen to Zion on repeat. They hate me for it because I'll put Zion on and it's going on. So Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, that's like...
Yes, but Unplugged also. And I would say that her true fans like the Unplugged album because I've heard people say...
I love all of them.
I've heard a lot of people that love Lauryn Hill try and, you know, diss the Unplugged.
We ain't worried about them people.
Right.
We not worried about them. Last one, favorite sport. If you had to choose a favorite sport of all sports, which one would it be?
Can I say badminton? No.
Yes, you can.
That's the one that I can play. No, I would say in terms of watching sports, basketball.
Basketball.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Our top 5 helps us learn more about our guests before we dive into the interview. As you move around the world and you meet people, one good way to find out a little bit about who they are is through their top 5. So now let's dive into the interview and talk to Kamisha about her journey, what she's doing here in Ghana, where her business is in Toronto, and all that she's into.
Great things, around the world.
We are back on Diaspora Link. Now it's time to dive into our interview with Kamisha Cox. Kamisha,
yes.
Let's find out a little bit about who you are. So you mentioned that you are of Jamaican heritage, but from Toronto, live in Toronto. Talk a little bit about your family's background in Jamaica. Is your mother and father from Jamaica?
Yes, both of my parents are Jamaicans. My mom actually passed away a number of years ago, but she was from Jamaica.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you. They migrated to Toronto in the early 70s.
So you were born in?
I was born in Canada.
You were born in?
There are two siblings were born in Canada.
Okay.
And the rest of us were
Now,
born
what
in Jamaica.
part of Jamaica is your family from? You got to shout out the proper part of Jamaica.
My father's side is from St. Mary.
Okay.
And my mother's side is from St. Catherine's.
Okay.
Yes.
And over your childhood growing up, did you go back and forth to Jamaica a lot or sometimes? Or was
yeah,
it?
not so much in my childhood. I did visit when I was like around 12 with my dad. But, you know, when I became an independent adult is when I started to go back more on my own.
Okay.
Annually. So usually around my birthday, around this time, I would, you know, plan some kind of trip to Jamaica and be there for at least a week.
All right, when you go to Jamaica, are you a tourist or are you at home?
A bit of both.
A bit of both.
Yeah, like the last time I went, I was definitely a tourist and did all of the, you know, all of the spots that you need to hit up. The Blue Hole, the falls, where else did I go? Just the restaurants,
all of those
Kingston,
things that you're
Bob
supposed
Marley
to.
Museum.
Got you. So talk to us a little bit about the community you grew up in Toronto, right? So being of Jamaican heritage, did you grow up in a diaspora community where a lot of times in these different places, we have these communities where if you're from Jamaica, your parents lived in a community where there are Jamaicans, Haitians, Africans, all. Did you grow up in that type of community or was it somewhat different?
I would say I grew up in Scarborough.
Okay.
So this is a suburb within Toronto.
Okay.
Scarborough is very different. So there are two, like Scarborough, there are pockets of communities within Scarborough.
Okay.
So my like kindergarten to high school was in a community called Agincourt, and that wasn't so like, you know, there was probably a handful of black families in my neighborhood, like in my direct neighborhood. You'd probably have to drive a little 5 minutes outside of the community, or maybe like a 15-minute walk to get to where there were more black folks. But, you know, with the passing of my mother, that led to all kinds of, you know, just financial hardships for my family. And so my dad had to like sell the home that we were living in, and we moved to another part of Scarborough, Kingston, Galloway, Orton Park, which is known, you know, as a low-income, high-potential community and highly racialized. So you have your Caribbean, your African population there.
Okay.
You also have your South Asian population as well. And so that's the community that I lived in from high school until university. In fact, I bought my first home in that community as well.
Nice, very nice. So you've had a bit of both worlds, or two different worlds, growing up in your experience. What school did you go to?
High school, West Hill.
Okay.
And then
shouts out to West Hill High School. I don't even know where y'all are or what y'all do. It just sound like y'all super lit. Shouts out to West Hill.
And then, but I graduated from Laurier, but
Okay.
which is like in Toronto. You at the time, we don't have it anymore. We had a grade 13, which was OACs. It was
Okay.
preparing you for post-secondary.
Okay.
Specifically for university. So my year was actually the last year of OACs. So I did up until grade 12 at West Hill, and then I transferred to Laurier to do my OACs, and then I went on to
Laurier, we ain't
university.
hating on y'all, but y'all only got 1 year of commission. Y'all didn't get the whole high school, so but we're gonna give y'all a small shout out.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And then what college did you go to?
I went to, for my undergrad, I went to the University of Windsor.
Okay.
Shout out to the University of Windsor. A lot of the skills that I have now were built on that campus.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to advocacy, Black students really had a challenging time on that campus,
Mm-hmm.
and that's really where I began to develop my advocacy skills. I started a festival there for African Heritage Month.
Okay.
Called the African Diaspora Festival. We call
Shouts out to you.
Yes, yeah. We call it Afrofest for short. It's actually still running to this day.
Excellent.
It was about bringing Black professors to the campus,
Mm-hmm.
Black film, Black art, and really celebrating the talents of Black students on campus. And really, we had to fight to get that festival institutionalized. So on campuses, you'll have a lot of clubs,
Mm-hmm.
but clubs don't have access to funding.
Mm-hmm.
But when you become institutionalized and a part of the student government,
Mm-hmm.
right, then you are able to access funds. You can have office space. You can have paid
Listen,
staff.
you bringing back so many memories, because I remember being in college and being the anti-student government guy advocate on campus, feeling like, oh, you student governments, you all are just lackeys for the administration. You're not really addressing the real student rights. So I was a student activist. We went super hard, blocking off the street, storming city council meetings, fighting for our funding for our school and things like that. You mentioned about when you moved to that community and you began interacting with different groups of people, and it sounds like that was kind of maybe your first official introduction to African people, continental African people, around a little bit, right, in terms of being in those close quarters.
Well, I would say there were some experiences in childhood. For example, like we had, I remember in maybe grade 5, 6, we had an influx of Somali students that came, refugee families
Mm-hmm.
living in communities in close proximity to the school, the elementary school that I went to. So there were African children in the school, not necessarily right in the direct community that I lived in.
What was the first African country you visited?
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia.
Yes.
And what about other countries? We're in Ghana now. What other countries have you visited?
South Africa.
Okay.
And then Tanzania, but really Zanzibar. So I didn't have a chance to go to the mainland.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. So what we're going to do right now, and this is the thing that I said I absolutely would not tell you about. This is something that we call Africa in 60.
Okay.
So we want you to name as many African countries as you can in 60 seconds. This is not a pass-fail, right? Don't get too nervous. And I'll tell you why we do this after you do it. But we're going to start right now, okay?
All right.
All right, so, because I got a timer set. All right, I have a timer set in 3, 2, 1, go.
Zambia, Zimbabwe, Ethiopia, Somalia, Eritrea, Djibouti, South Africa, Eswatini, Botswana, Ghana, Nigeria, Cameroon, Sierra Leone, Chad, Liberia, Libya, Congo, DRC, Rwanda.
Doing great.
Burundi, Morocco, Egypt, Sudan. Did I say? I did say Zambia.
You said Zambia.
Oh gosh.
On the southwestern coast of Africa, there are some countries.
I'm drawing blanks now.
Don't worry, keep going.
Oh gosh, my goodness. And then the timer is also making me really nervous.
Don't look at the timer.
Seychelles.
Okay.
And Mozambique.
Okay. All right, great. You did a great job. You did a great job. I can see the teacher in you. Did you imagine the map?
Parts of it.
It didn't go by section?
I was looking at the alphabet. I was looking at parts of the map. Yeah.
So Africa in 60 is a game that we play to emphasize for the rest of the world just how large and diverse the African continent is. There are many people who still don't understand exactly how large, diverse, and massive the continent of Africa is. We're in Ghana. Ghana is one country on the continent of Africa. Africa's not a country. Thank you for playing.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to take a small break, and we're going to be right back and dive more into Kamisha's career, what she's doing, how she's impacting communities in Toronto, around the world, and what's coming up for her in Ghana. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent, their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkragroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkragroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. We are back on Diaspora Link with Kamisha Cox. So, Kamisha, thank you again for playing Africa in 60. That was really fun.
It was really hard.
It was hard? Good, good. You teachers deserve hard assignments for those of us students in the world. So, you mentioned that you went to the University of Windsor. Shouts out to them in your undergrad. And where did you go to grad school?
Yes. So, I actually did, also I did Teachers College.
Okay.
At the University of Windsor.
Okay.
And then I did my master's in education at the University of Toronto.
Okay.
And then I did a postgraduate in social innovation at the University of Waterloo.
Very nice. So let's talk about your transition from college education into career, because a lot of us go to college, but we all don't go into the industry of education. And you're in the industry of education. So let's talk to us a little bit about your company, the Reading Partnership, what you do, and just a little more.
Yeah, so I always, start my story off by saying I graduated from Teachers College, and during that time, there were no jobs in Toronto and Ontario. And so, like many teachers graduating at that time, I decided that I would leave. Mm-hmm. And I actually started my teaching career in the UK, in London, okay. In Hackney. Which is a low-income, also high potential.
I just want to let you know that I love low-income, high potential. I was about to finish it for you, but go ahead.
And you know what? I got it from one of my mentors,
okay,
Jay Pitter. So low-income, high potential, highly racialized community in London where I was supply teaching, and I landed at a school in Hackney. And after a week of supplying, they said, we want you to stay. We want you to be our literacy specialist. And this is, I'm straight out of Teachers College. So I didn't deserve the title then, really. But it was, that experience was the experience that, positioned me for the work that I'm doing now. Mm-hmm. It was a high school, and their high school starts in grade 7. And I was working with grade 7 to 9s who were reading at primary levels. Mm. So we're talking, young people in grade 7 reading at a grade 2 level, and in some cases not reading at all. Mm-hmm. And it was there that I was like, how is this possible? That we have, students who make it to grade 7 without having the skills that they need to really succeed in school and in life. Mm-hmm. And we're talking about young people without exceptionalities, without learning, disabilities. These are kids who clearly just have gaps in their learning, mm-hmm. and no one, and there was no intervention in place, right? And so here they are in grade 7, working towards graduating from secondary school without the skills to actually be successful. And, where are their parents? And their parents, were blindly trusting the system, right, to deliver on its obligation mm-hmm. to provide an education to their children. And it was there that I started to think about, why wait? Why develop interventions for kids in grade 7 when you can do that for kids in kindergarten or grade 1. And we need to find ways to empower parents so that they have the skills and the knowledge to support their kids, mm-hmm. so that when schools are failing them, right?
Parents at home.
The parents at home at least can step in or be able to recognize or understand that, hey, there's a problem, know? So I left London after a year of working to actually start my master's. Mm-hmm. And I graduated from my master's, and I started to look for work again, and it was still pretty tight. And I remember that summer that I started applying for jobs and interviewing, and just nothing worked out for me. Mm-hmm. And I decided, okay, fine, I'm going to go to Korea. You don't even need a teaching degree to be in Korea. And I applied, I did the interview, and Korea said no. Like the agency that I was interviewing with because I was really puzzled, like after my experience, my education, like, you know, I would be the perfect hire. And the lady that interviewed me couldn't even really tell me why it was a no. And, you know, I think that there was a purpose in all of the no's that I received, because that pushed me into, you know, talking to a mentor who said, you know, what about that you know, program that you said that you wanted to start, you know, empowering parents to teach their children to read. There's an opportunity, you know, right now with United Way for residents to come forward with ideas that they have to address challenges in their communities. You can apply and perhaps get something started.
Let me just stop you right there. It's amazing how things that feel like a block in your path, you think they're blocking you, but they're actually blocking for you, right? They're blocking for you so you could make your way around to find the right thing that's for you. That's really amazing, and to have the, you know, the patience and the foresight to see that, you know. But number one, to persevere and try, and then say, you know what, well maybe, and then so let's get into the reading partnership.
Yes. So yeah, I mean, I followed my mentor's advice. I applied for funding to start the Reading Partnership for Parents program, a program that would teach parents how to teach their children 4 to 6 in age to read. And I was going to focus on parents living in the Kingston, Galloway, Orton Park community in East Scarborough, where at the time 49% of children in grade 3 were not meeting the provincial standards for reading. So it was addressing a real issue in that community, but targeting kids at the onset of their learning in school, right? Because when a child writes the standardized test or does that assessment in grade 3, it wasn't like they were reading at level in grade 2 and then they woke up on the day of the test not knowing, right? These are skills that they didn't develop over a period of time that have now led to this kind of, you know, performance and when taking the standardized test in grade 3. So let's start early. And I mean, it's been 10 years. So what was supposed to be a program actually over time developed into a full-blown organization where we offer 3 signature programs. We're, you know, still very much focused on serving children and families in the Kingston, Galloway, Orton Park community, but understand that there's a need beyond the boundaries of that community. And so we've been doing work outside of Kingston, Galloway, Orton Park. So we running the Reading Partnership for Parents program, which has reached hundreds of families to date. We've moved that program online, like with the pandemic. We've had to move all of our programs online, but we've, you know, really developed that program to be just as effective as the in-person delivery now online, right? There's a 360 Stories, which is a program that gives young people in between the ages of 9 and 12 the 360 experience of bringing a book to life.
Nice.
From writing to editing to illustrating to publishing and presenting that book at a public launch.
I was reading one of your program participants' quotes in an article that was written, I can't remember the publication, but in an article that was written about you in Toronto, about the work that you do. It was really, really impressive. And I understand that someone has recently received, congratulations, has recently received quite a large investment into their company. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. So we're really excited about this. Like 10 years, like if you think about receiving 10 years ago $12,000 from United Way to start the Reading Partnership for Parents program, and 10 years later, you know, receiving $750,000 to actually expand and scale that program to reach families across Canada. And that's an investment coming from TD Bank, one of the country's largest financial institutions.
I'm gonna just give you an applause. That definitely deserves an applause.
Yes,
Excellent.
we are grateful, and we're, you know, excited about, you know, the fact that a program that was incubated in Kingston, Galloway, Orton Park is now going to expand nationally across the country to serve children and families. And the vision that I have is to see that expand even further and become an international intervention across several countries where children and families need access to evidence-based literacy programs.
So let's move to, what are you doing in Ghana? I would just ask you straight up, right? Not that you have to have a reason for coming, but you came to Ghana and you're here on this show, right? So I know a little bit about you extending your ticket and being here, but just give us an idea. This is your first time in Ghana. You came for vacation.
Yes.
Right? And you've decided to stay a little longer.
Yes.
Talk to us about that decision and what are the possibilities that you've seen here in Ghana and the African continent overall so far in terms of the work you do with reading and literacy.
Yeah, so what am I doing in Ghana? I mean, that's the question that my that my aunt continues to
When are you coming home?
When are you coming home? When are you coming yeah, I came on vacation. I came right before the new year. I missed Afrochella, so I'm a little sad about that. But
it'll be back this year.
Right?
Hey, Kenny Abdul, y'all hear this, right?
Right.
You got people they upset because they miss Afrochella.
Yes. Yeah, I was supposed to leave January 27th. I decided I wanted to stay. I wanted to work remotely from here for, you know, 2
And you ain't just stay for a week or two. January 27th. We kind of far away from that right now, right? Okay, go ahead.
I was only supposed to be here for a month, working remotely for like 2 weeks and then returning home. But after working remotely for 2 weeks and realizing, hey, I can make this work. And my work right now is remote, right? Everything is done online. So why go back to Toronto where we've had the worst winter ever.
Where it's cold. Well,
and we've had the worst winter ever.
Let me share my hashtag with you because our viewers know. Y'all already know. Hashtag no more winters. Go ahead.
Exactly. So I just decided that, you know, okay, no, I'm not going to go back. I'll extend a little bit because I can manage my workload from here, and I feel like I'm getting a better work-life balance, right? Because 9 a.m. in Toronto is 2 p.m. here.
You got it.
So, you know, in the morning I can wake up, I can exercise, I can make breakfast, I can actually prepare my meals for the day, right? I could do everything that I need to do for myself and then jump online at 2 o'clock. And then, yeah, on some days I might be working into the night, but I've tried to organize my schedule now to ensure that I finish, you know, at a reasonable hour as well. And it's working. It's working. So
you here?
I'm here.
So let me ask you this question. Africa is the youngest continent in the world, right? And the population is expected to double here. And literacy is a challenge, right? Not just in English, but even in native languages. You know, talk to us as a a literacy professional about how literacy affects development in communities and societies. I mean, it might be kind of obvious to some people, but I would love to just hear you hear your approach on that, and I would also love to hear if you feel like there are some possibilities for you to bring your skills in the research and the work that you do to Ghana and other African countries.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said when I was talking about the work that I was doing in the UK and working with, you know, high school students who didn't have the skills to succeed in school and in life. And that's it. You need literacy skills to be able to succeed in school and then transition that into whatever it is that you choose to do for, you know, whether it be post-secondary, college, university, the trades, all of these things. You need strong literacy skills to become gainfully employed, right? So, and when you talk about development, right, we're going to need engineers, we're going to need doctors, we're going to need teachers, you know, we're going to need mechanics, we're going to need elevator mechanics, we're going to need all of these things in order to develop, right? Are we planning on empowering the children and youth here to become those doctors and engineers and lawyers and all of the things that we're going to need to help the country develop? Or do we plan on relying on, you know, those human resources from outside? And if we intend to use our own people, then we need to make sure that we're setting them up for success. And that doesn't begin in university. It begins really from the womb, right? But it begins in the early years, right? So children in kindergarten, going to grade 1, need to have the skills that they need for grade 2, right? Like, we need to make sure that they have those skills. In grade 3, we say that, you know, from kindergarten to grade 1, you're learning to read. Sorry, from kindergarten to grade 3, you're learning to read. From grade 3 onwards, you're reading to learn, right? When you get to college and university, you're reading to learn, right? And so we need to make sure that our young people have the skills that they need to read to learn and to succeed in school and in life.
Our time is running short. I'm really enjoying this conversation, but I would like, before we go, to have you offer some advice for people who may be watching. You came to Ghana on vacation, and you found that it works for you here so far. And there are so many people who, when they think about teleworking and working virtually, they don't choose the African continent. They're going to Bali, they're going to Caribbean, they're going to other places and things like that. I would love for you to just share a piece of advice with our viewers for people who may be considering moving or relocating, even if not permanently, temporarily, to work virtually in the telework. You know, just give us some advice with regards to the experience that you've had thus far here in Ghana and how you're making it work.
Yeah, I would say definitely you need to be open-minded. I would say that where I am in terms of my exploration is at the very, like, I'm at the very beginning. I'm like, you know, I'm 2 months in. My current, like, living arrangements and stuff like that, I don't think it's sustainable, you know, for the long term, you know. But for sure, for folks that are looking for a short-term stay, 3 or 4 months, there are, you know, there's Ghana for sure, and there's countries in Africa outside of Ghana that are, you know, that are developed enough for you to be able to do your work, to have a great time, to have access to all of the things that you think you might not be able to access. You know, like when I was coming, there were questions about reliable Wi-Fi. Like, that's not an issue. I've had, you know, coworkers have more unreliable Wi-Fi
than you
back home than me, right? But just be open-minded and be, you know, willing to absorb and the beauty, and to enjoy the beauty of a different place and different people.
Kamisha, I want to thank you for joining us, and I want to just say an open prayer for you right here on camera, and I pray that you find some peace here. I pray that you find some new inspiration, and whether it be Ghana or another African country, I pray that in your business and in your trajectory and your push, that we have you as a soldier and a warrior for literacy on our side here in the African continent, because I believe that people like you, the work that you do, the passion that you exhibit in the work that you do is very necessary in developing the African continent. And in that, we believe that the development of the African continent really requires the help from the diaspora to help us move beyond aid. So I really thank you for taking the time to come today. I don't even know you that well, but I'm really proud of you. And I hope that any of our viewers, people here in Ghana or other African countries who are interested in creating literacy programs and reading to learn, you can reach out to us and we'll make sure to put you in touch with Kamisha and her program, the Reading Partnership. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
We'll see you next time on Diaspora Link. Thank you again. Thank you so much for tuning in to another episode of Diaspora Link with me, your host, Diallo Sumbri, exclusively here on GhanaWeb TV. Make sure you click subscribe to follow up for the next episodes. We'll leave you today, as we do with all of our episodes, with some proverbial wisdom. Today's proverb is, if you want to know the end, look to the beginning. Thank you again. We'll see you next week.
It's a fresh start to 2022, and as usual, I'm back with a lot more spice on your favorite talkatainment. Yes, on this episode, we'll find out how medicine married arts and entertainment. Yes, so I know I'm getting you confused, but when we come back, we'll find out more about what I'm talking about. This is yours truly, Elsie Lamar, and you are watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Don't go away. And we are back from that quick breather. As usual, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken. 1 Coca-Cola drink at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesdays at 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get 1 free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0244 133 397 0244 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And on to the next thing. Yes, I stated in my intro that I guess for today, I don't know, he's within the arts and entertainment industry, but at the same time, he's doing something more formal. So we have arts here and we have medicine here. We have here the one and only Obi Amponsa. You are welcome, Obi.
Thank you, Elsie. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
You're looking fabulous.
Thank you, you too.
Oh, stop it.
So I was expecting you to be in something formal.
Yeah. I mean, you caught me on my side job.
Okay.
Yes. We record for the House Zero show. So on Thursdays we do the skits and all that. So yeah, that is what we are doing today.
But
today I'm not in the consulting room.
Oh.
I'm off clinic duties.
I see. But how convenient is that though? You are able to make time for these things. How convenient is it?
Yeah, I'm more of a locum doctor. Yeah, locum doctors are part-time. So maybe somebody's going on the leave for about 2 weeks. They need somebody, an optometrist to fill in for him or her. Then I go and then do that. So I work on my own terms. I'm like a freelancer optometrist. Yeah.
I see. So with all your comedy stuff going on, how do people see you?
The consulting.
At hospitals, like when they see you, how do they react?
Yeah, thank God for nose mask though. First of all, thank God for nose mask, because usually they see you, they see your eyes, and they go like, "Are you?" And some want you to pull down the nose mask so they confirm. Others just don't care whoever you are. Like maybe they'll recognize you, alright, but they are there for their eyes. And so, but I've had reactions where patients are probably stunned a bit when they realize that I'm the one they see on TV and then they see in the consulting room. Yes, I've had those reactions as well before. But it's a good bitter taste. Like sometimes when you're in the consulting room, you want to be.
Can you recall any of the crazy, encounters you have had with your patients with regards to?
Yeah, like a patient brought, the daughter brought the mom. And then the mom realized that I was the guy on TV and I was also the consulting, the doctor.
Yeah.
And she almost married me to her daughter.
Ooh.
Yeah, because she thought I was quite responsible, Hey, you know TV, so I know not here. That was when I was in the central region. So, say, Pacho brother, how are you? And I said, oh, they've been worried. And then he called the daughter, very beautiful daughter. He wanted me to marry her. Yeah,
But are you married though?
I'm not married.
So why didn't you also, or she wasn't your spec?
What are you saying?
Oh, you heard me.
Well, I mean, I don't know what happened. We talked.
You exchanged numbers.
Yeah, and then we talked.
And what happened?
On to your next.
Anyways, let's delve into the comedy aspect.
Yeah.
What has been like your greatest reward for performing at an event?
When you say greatest reward, are
yes,
you talking about
so
money?
In terms of money.
Money.
Yes.
Money will be the 1,000 laughs. My biggest paycheck so far is at 1,000 laughs. I think 1,020. One of them, 1,026. The one before the last year's on, it was good. And my biggest exposure would be, so that's the monetary side. But for exposure, that would be when I went to perform in Nigeria, the Lord of the Rings Comedy Festival, with Basket Mouth and a couple of other very talented comedians. it was the first time performing outside the country to a different crowd altogether who didn't understand
with the Ghanaian accent.
You know, yeah. So it was a beautiful moment, and the reception from the Nigerians was awesome. And so it was one of my best moments. Like so far, I would say that, and then the next one will be me when I hosted my own show at the National Theatre.
But what was some of your observations though?
When I went to Nigeria?
Yeah, on the performing on the Nigerian stage as compared to, you know, Ghanaian stage.
Yeah.
And the crowd, organizers, everything.
Yeah, the organization was superb. I was given a 5-star treatment when I landed in Nigeria. Apart from the immigration trying to find something from me, which is everywhere. Like, so, and then I was picked up from the airport to the island. Is it
What's the name of the island?
Victoria Island. Yes, and then I checked into my hotel at Eco, beautiful Eco Suites.
Eco Suites.
Eco Suite or like, is it suite or suite?
Suites. Yeah. Suites.
So I checked into Eco. And the treatment was awesome. Food, star treatment, boss, have you eaten? Except for the jollof, but the other foods were awesome.
Except for the jollof?
Yeah, the jollof there.
It's Nigeria jollof in Korea.
Oh, but Ghana jollof, they be past Nigeria jollof. But there are other foods.
Is it true it's like, it tastes like it was made with palm oil?
It tastes like oblayo. Like, the rice is big. That's the problem. I think the rice, the cooking and everything is okay. But the rice is local. It's the big one.
And it's sticky.
It doesn't remove one. So that's what makes Nigerian. That's my observation. But they are gushi, they are oporo. Oh goodness. Ogbono. My goodness. I wish I was eating some right now. Their food is awesome. So they treated me well, and the reception on the stage. When I came, a brother from Ghana make some noise for Obi Amponsa. Yeah, and I went on stage. On my right were people, on my left in front of me was a big auditorium, and they laughed from the first joke to the last joke. What I realized was that they laughed at my relatable jokes.
Yeah.
Yes, and I tried as much as possible to do a few researches about the Nigerians.
Yeah.
They are footballers.
Yeah.
So I linked them, you know, and then there are some things that are general.
Yeah, their way of life.
Yeah, makeup is done in Ghana, is done in Nigeria. You know, football, work, and it was awesome. It was
their pronunciations.
You know, that's something I plan on picking on sometime. But COVID came and then we had
funny enough, they feel they speak better than us. Like in terms
of
English.
Yeah, shut the door.
Doctor.
But that's theirs. Yeah, that's and we also feel like our English is way better. The funny thing is we are all using a borrowed language.
I know, right? Yeah. You see. So recently, with you being a comedian and all of that, you're an SDA member?
Yes, I'm an SDA church member.
You play instruments in your church as well?
Yeah, I play the keyboard sometimes. Not like full-time keyboardist, but...
multi-talented.
Oh, stop it.
So has there been any instance where your pastor has called you aside to talk to you about everything that you're doing?
Yeah. My pastor actually has done that a couple of times to put me in the right direction.
What did he say?
He said I should be careful. I should be careful. I don't know where you know. But I am not sure you say in the phone. Oh yes, we will be doing it, and then before you realize, you divert. No frigidity. So I'm always being put in check so that I stay in the faith.
So you're a church boy.
Oh, I'm a church boy. I'm a choir master. I do choir rehearsals every Sunday afternoon. I'm a church choir master, district church organist at the Ebenezer SDA Church at Kasua.
What's the shortest voice training ever for choir masters? I know they have this way of training voices.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
And what else?
You clear through that. You wanted the shortest one.
They do something, you know.
Yeah, usually you can use a song.
Okay.
Like as a favor, please sing for me the scale of si do re mi fa sol la ti do ti la so fa mi re do, something like that. Or for me, I'm quite innovative. I use Now Today You know that song? That song helps with your breath control. Can you try it?
Yeah.
So
True.
So you have to wait for me to finish.
True.
Now today. For a year. You get me? Exactly. Exactly. So, yeah.
So I know everybody must have had his or her breaking point in whatever thing you're doing. So did you at any point want to stop doing comedy?
Yeah. I had my first like big time breaking point. I've said this on a lot of interviews. At the my second time on 1,000 Laughs, I was billed to perform. I was hot then in 2016 August.
Yeah. So now you're not hot again.
Oh no, those days like 2016 when I was coming out.
Hot.
Yeah, so I've blown twice. So I blew in 2016, and then the flame was doused because I literally flopped on that night. I did jokes that I had not tried anywhere before. And as a comedian, before you try a joke, you should, on a big stage, you should have tried it on smaller spaces like clubs, comedy clubs, you know, pubs, a place with 50 people. And then when it works, you know, that sample size is representative enough of the people you are going to perform to. I did not do that. So I thought I was super. And I was humbled on that stage. I almost gave up. What encouraged me was I had a show the next day in Takrade, the Sunday. And so I even called the guy that cannot come for the show. Looking at the state I was in, he said if I do not come, his show would flop. And so I went for that show, and I vented on them. Yeah, it went so good that I paused and I asked myself, like, so what happened the previous night? And then I realized the mistake I did.
But what exactly did you do on the stage?
The performance?
Yes.
It was jokes that I had not rehearsed with anybody, like with people. And so though there was laughter, it wasn't to the level I was expecting it. And people were expecting so much from me that I shortchanged them in that performance. So it felt like I didn't do well.
Okay.
I almost quit. It took a lot of people to call me. Clemento Suarez called me to talk to me about my performance. He said, Charlie, I should just take it in good faith and then work on it.
Oh, so, sorry. Speaking of bad jokes, I heard that...
Don't go there.
No, I'm not going in. I'll go there. You can't tell me where to go.
Okay.
Speaking of bad jokes, I heard that there was a point in time you were very depressed after that Mahama joke.
Yeah.
And then they took you to a strip club.
Elsie, where did you get this
Please,
one?
excuse. Yes.
Please cut this
No. They took you to a strip club. So what happened there?
What happened at
where the strippers?
What?
Hello, you remember?
Yeah, I do remember.
Yes.
A friend to help me kill my depression.
Yeah.
Suggested that looking at the buttocks of women would probably calm me down, and it did calm me down. So
how did it calm you down? Tell us, take us
God
through.
created human beings, especially men, to be calmed by the profound features of women. So yeah,
if you lie, I'll know. I know the story. So tell us how it went.
So I'm telling you that I went to the strip club. They asked me, do I want a fair or you want the experience? I'm telling you.
Yeah.
They asked me, do I want a fair lady or I want a dark lady? And then I went for fair, and they gave me the lady who they gave me. They called a lady called Happiness. Then Happiness came. Yeah, and apparently if you have to touch her, you have to pay something. And so she asked me, she wasn't Ghanaian. I think she was either Nigerian or Liberian. You want to touch? I said yes. He said 10 cedis. Then I'll pay, and then maybe
you hold her breast.
Yeah, hold her breast.
Hey God.
Yeah.
Papa.
And it helped with my depression.
Okay. So with all these experiences and all that, how far can a comedian go with insensitive jokes? Learning from your experience.
Yeah, I think a joke is a joke. Okay. We are living in a sensitive world right now. And the problem is that you have to be careful who is listening to the joke. Because a joke that is funny to you may not be funny to somebody else. And a joke is a lot funnier when it's not about you. And so if we begin to understand what a joke is, then we would know what to deal with when it comes to jokes. So jokes literally mean don't take it serious. And so if somebody makes a joke about something like I did with the name Mahama, it wasn't a malicious intent. It was because I felt I could joke around it. And as a comedian, you need to bear the consequences of your joke.
Let's take a short breather here. I know this is getting more wavy, but when we come back, we have so much more for you. Don't go away.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. If you just joined us, you're watching Talk Assignments on GhanaWeb TV, and we have here the very handsome. The very handsome Obi Amponsa. We're still here vibing.
Yeah, we're vibing.
You live at Kaswa, right?
Yeah, I live at Liberia Camp.
Budumburam.
Yeah, Budumburam.
Okay. But you've heard that they are transforming your toll booth into a toilet.
Yeah, can you imagine?
What's your view?
Yeah, it's funny because we thought the toll booths were causing traffic, okay? And they took away the toll booths and the traffic intensified.
Ooh.
And now they want to bring washrooms on the highway.
Yes.
How pressed are you that you'd want to stop on the highway to take
and toward
and then you be there, you hear yes, because there are vendors there.
I know.
It was like what's happening?
You know,
it's crazy. You be there in the washroom and the ambulance will be passing with it. Like I don't think they are going to implement it. I think the minister said it out of jest. He was just like, okay, let me put in like what came in his mind. Like I've thought of it. Like he saw it and like, okay, well maybe we shouldn't take it off. Maybe we should let people pee. Because he doesn't like the fact that they go by the roadside.
Obi,
yes,
if you like a girl so much and the girl tells you that no sex before marriage, would you still pull through or not?
Yeah, I'll pull through.
Hey, why?
Yeah. I mean, if I like her so much, yeah, I would make that sacrifice and then get married to her quickly.
So would you make that sacrifice and stay? Or you would maintain a side?
No, I mean, I'm a faithful guy in a relationship, so why is the Rabna yawning when I said I'm a faithful guy in a relationship?
Because
because what?
No, can we continue?
You have anything? Yeah,
no.
Talk. Like let the people
No,
know.
like I'm surprised. Well, okay, that's your answer though. But it's fine.
What have you heard about me?
No, men.
Men. Well, like I've told you, unless you have an answer to that question, this is my answer to you.
That you stay faithful.
Yes.
And not even explore others?
No, not at all.
So what would you do? You
What?
masturbate?
No, I don't masturbate.
You've never masturbated?
Is that a question part of the interview?
No, like we are going somewhere. It's a follow-up.
It's a follow-up.
Yeah.
Like I've never. Well,
No, you said you don't. So I'm asking you whether you used to and you stopped.
with what?
Masturbation.
Well, that's a broad topic. When you say masturbation,
Hello,
I mean, what are you talking about?
Hello. The masturbation, you know that I know that you know I'm talking about.
So in Nigeria, they call it soapy. Okay. Some use soap because they use soap. They call it soapy.
So do you soapy? Do you creamy? Do you okroy? Whatever it is, do you do it?
Yeah. So for that thing, it's for a lot of guys, it's a solo act. You know, it's something they do in their solitary environments, and it's something they do not divulge the info out to people. It's a personal thing. I believe if you do it, you wouldn't like it to be out there. Or if you've ever done it before, if you know, so.
Hey, this pastor dear.
That's a question.
This pastor that is. Hey,
that's
this
a question
pastor.
that I would like to deflect.
Don't worry, I know the pastor.
You know what?
The pastor will call you if you say you do it. He'll call you.
If I say I don't do it, he will still call me. So I mean, yeah, I might as well sit on the fence.
Pastor. Yeah. Anyways, it's okay. But because I know, like almost out of 100, 98% of guys masturbate.
Maybe I'm part of the two.
Huh?
For you know, you never know.
Let's move. Your relationship with Lexi the comic.
Yeah.
He's your very close friend. How do you influence each other?
Lexi is a very creative guy. He's like my personal favorite comedian. And so we sync with each other, and there's this kind of synergy where he rubs off my energy. I also do that of his. And we've realized that coming together to work has really helped all of us in our confidence, our stagecraft, and in various avenues we are pursuing. So Lexi is a very good colleague, very funny guy, and I'm glad I know him as a friend.
Okay. At what point is it too much to repeat a joke?
When it's the same audience for about 4 to 5 times, you know, but comedy dwells on surprise. Like, you're not expectant of the punch, and then I land it and you're like, oh, and then you laugh, okay? The next time, you're not really expectant, but maybe you've heard it already, but you're like, okay, this joke is funny. Maybe you tell a friend, listen to this one, and then you laugh. The third time, you're like, yo, enough, okay? Like, yeah, tell me something new. Yeah. It's not like music. And so comedy is quite tough. And that is why we always advocate that we'd have, we would go nationwide so that our audience is not just restricted to Accra. And so we go Techiman, Brekun, you know, Volta region. Yeah, so that you gather the experiences and then come serve also the people in Accra with that. We don't have the financial wherewithal to carry on with these tours. So we appeal to corporate people to come around, support. If you want us, and comedy doesn't involve much. You don't need the too many lighting and sound, good sound, and then the performance. And so if there are corporate bodies watching us who would like for us to tour the 16 regions, we are ready. Let's come, let's talk it out, so that we wouldn't be repeating jokes to the same people in Accra. Coming up with like 15-minute content is tough. You understand? That's why when a comedian gets it, he tries to work it out. And that's why people say we don't post a lot of our videos online. It is because the jokes would get old. And so sometimes the ones that we allow, we let them out. And for other times, the jokes that maybe you just wrote like a 5-minute material that you know works very well, you'd have to eat off it. You know, be playing maybe some corporate shows, blah, blah, blah. Because if you post it, TikTok picks it, everybody picks it, it becomes a viral thing. Now when you're performing it, nobody enjoys it anymore. And then you can't make cash out of it. They'll find you boring. And so we don't usually let out our videos because of that. And that's why sometimes we appeal that even for you, GhanaWeb and the other media channels, when you come, maybe a 2-minute snippet is fine. But to pick the whole stuff and then go put on your thing, it makes our work quite difficult. Unlike the Kwame Eugenes, the kiddies who can perform Touch It here, tomorrow Touch It. Kwame Eugenes still singing Angela, you know, because it's good music. Yeah. And music stays. But unless it's probably by popular request, you say, okay, that joke that you did, can you do that from then? So that's it for us. Jokes can be repeated. Sometimes we even modify it, but still repeat it. Yeah.
Comedy, medicine, which one pays more?
Comedy. comedy pays good. It also takes you to places that probably your profession wouldn't take you. That's why I consider this as a career. It carries me, around. Yeah, I wouldn't go to Nigeria because of optometry. I went to Nigeria because of comedy. You understand? So,
what projects are you currently working on?
Yeah, we are working on a couple of projects. We plan on hosting a show in August, myself and Lexi. You guys should watch out for it.
Okay.
Yes, the title is Lesser Gods of Comedy. It's going to be an awesome, a good production, and I'm grateful for my previous one, which I haven't talked about.
Yeah.
I did a show at the National Theatre, popular but broke, and we sold out to the
National. I wanted to ask you about it. Like, how did it go? What went into it?
Awesome. It was awesome. Earlier, I was looking at doing it kakra and kakra. Let's sell our tickets to social media. And then I contacted one guy at 3 Music, Ricky Tennyson, and then we talked. And then he said, let's expand this vision. Let's do billboards. Let's make it big. And it's so big. It went so good that when CTFM were announcing nominees for their Entertainment Achievers Award, my show was part of Event of the Year.
Aww.
You can imagine, there were other shows, but I mean, if the show was that good to be featured there, then it means we did a good job. And so I'm grateful to God and my fans and everybody who supported in this project. I really appreciate it, and it's growth. Now we've sold out National Theatre. It's left for us to fill stadiums, and the dream is to do Madison Square Garden.
Amen.
Yeah, and by God's grace it will come off. God's grace and dint of hard work. Amen.
Receive it.
Would you like to MC the event when it's
when you call on me?
Call on me.
And I'll be there. Anyway, so your final words or your dying words?
Yeah. Hello everybody that's watched this. My name is Obi Ampons. I'm a stand-up comedian by night and an optometrist by day. And I do enjoy my job as a comedian and as an optometrist as well. For all of you following me because of my comedy, I love you guys. I promise to continue working hard and continue to support us as well. I'm Obi Amponsa on all social media networks. Please subscribe to our YouTube channels. And also, I have a radio show on Plus FM 89.9 every Friday evening from 7 to 8 p.m. And also on TV, GH1 TV, we have the Half Serious Show from 8:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. every Saturday. Join us, let's have fun. Follow me on social media. When you see my adverts on YouTube, like when you're on my channel and watching a video, watch the advert too, okay, so that I can get money from YouTube. God bless you and stay safe.
Yes, that was Obi Amponsa for you. Yes, I promised you a good show, and yes, of course, I have delivered. So, Obi Amponsa, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Elsie.
Yes.
Be safe, eh? All the best with your new boyfriend.
Anyway, so can we ignore that? Yes, so far too all too soon we have come
all
to
the best with your new boyfriend.
All the
far too soon.
All too soon we have come to an end of this edition of Talk Entertainment. I hope you had fun or enjoyed yourself wherever you are. As usual, this show is brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 cedis. You get one small pizza, fries, and chicken. One Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza every Friday. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133-397 to place your order. Cheesy pizza, your way. So here's where we draw the curtains. We come your way another time. Till then, stay safe and be good. Bye.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your most informative socio-political program you can find online. We bring you facts and updates on issues that matter to you. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we are going to ponder over the petroleum crisis, if I may call it that, in Ghana and in the world. And the pricing of petroleum products in Ghana especially is so high, and it keeps going high every day. We are going to discuss how we can, or even the government authorities can help bring this down, and also what contributes to the problems that we are facing now. Our guest is in the right position to speak to us about this issue. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guest is right here. He is the communications manager of the National Petroleum Authority, Mr. Mohammed Abdul Kudus. Welcome, Mohammed.
Thank you.
So the MPA is mandated by law to regulate the downstream industry, petroleum downstream industry in the country. What does that mean? Does that mean you are in charge of the pricing as well?
Oh, absolutely not. Let me say thank you for having me here in your studios. The Act of 205, Act 691, has defined our role clearly. We are supposed to regulate, monitor, and oversee activities of all petroleum-related activities actually in the downstream sector. So what it means is that right down from the importation of it, either refined or crude, to the storage or refining of them in Ghana, to the distribution and ultimate sale at the pump where you and I go to buy. That's basically what we do. So the regulating, monitoring, and overseeing does not include pricing.
But you said sale and pricing?
So I said to the ultimate sale at the pump,
yes,
by the suppliers. So we have to look at what they do, how they do it, and whether they are in conformity with the act as it has actually played out for them to follow. So our work is virtually cut out, that we should monitor, regulate, and then oversee that activity. Some would think that that activity should include pricing. Obviously not. There is a pricing formula that has actually stipulated how the price at the pump should be arrived at. The management and overseeing of that particular formula is with the National Petroleum Authority, but we do that in conjunction with the suppliers in the industry. So they would have to go and bring their products. So in bringing their product, they have a cost that they incur in the cost of the product itself. They have a cost that they incur in the acquisition of the dollar for the purchasing of the product, because as we are all aware, we don't use the local currency in procuring the product. It is in the international market to use the dollar, and there's a cost to pay for the dollar that they acquire to go and buy the product. Then there's a cost of freight that they need to transport the product from where they are bringing it from outside Ghana to Ghana. Then there is a loading facility, or if you were the storage facility that they are supposed to come and put the product in. All of it adds to the build up into the price. Aside that, so that's kind of ex-refinery. Okay, so out of that, then we now bring in the margin that is expected of them to be able to recoup their investment, because they are not for the Christmas, obviously. They are people into business. So when they are bringing the product, they expect to have a certain return on their investment. We together with them would have to determine how much margin is acceptable. The law actually mandates us, and there is a department responsible for that. So the
department in the MPA is responsible for
the
working with...
the pricing. Yes, the pricing department.
Yes. So it's the MPA that plays a role also in the pricing.
So we don't determine. We virtually play like a certain policing responsibility. Okay, we ask you to bring the very ingredients that must add up to the price. So we independently verify to confirm, in fact, the information that you give us is true and a reflection of what is actually out there. Then we then agree and determine that, okay, so give us your indicative prices. Indicative prices here means this is the boundary within which I intend to sell the product to, okay, the consuming public out there. So you deposit that particular indicative prices with us.
So how come we see different prices at different fuel stations?
Absolutely. So fortunately, a lot of people don't know that we're not operating a certain perfect market out there where prices are the same. No. Because people go to bring them at different places, okay, they know how they get it. So let's assume that those of us in this room are all OMC holders who have to be dealing the product. Or even if you want the bulk oil distributors, the place you get your product from, because there are a lot of petroleum hubs across the world. Okay, we have the Rotterdam, we have the Singapore, we have a lot. So depending on where you go to get it, depending on how you get your forests, okay, and depending on how much it costs you to transport, your ultimate price build up could vary from one person to the other. So the prices will not be the same. That is why we at MPA and the pricing unit particularly would then demand of you to feed the unit with what you incurred, okay, in bringing the product and to want to sell the product to the ultimate consumer. Then we then put the taxes, the levies and margins on it, and we arrive at that. So the indicative prices, like I alluded to earlier on, you just give us the bracket within which you want to sell the product. We would only ensure that you don't sell it beyond what you say you would sell. But you are at liberty to sell below what you say, you tell us that you would be selling. Okay, so you would go to an OMC, depending on its market strategy, okay, would probably want to sell maybe a peso or 2 pesos less than a competitor who is just close. It's a marketing strategy, because to a lot of consumers out there, a peso means a lot. Okay, so when you go and you're going to buy the product, maybe as sensitive as you are to price, you determine to either buy from oil marketing company A or oil marketing company B. Okay, so the prices are out there. They are allowed to really sell it at the price that they wish to sell it, but obviously not above what they have posted with us at MPA as their indicative prices.
Currently, we have over 5,000 service providers with the MPA, right?
So it depends on the service provider you're talking about, because we have the OMC. If you move from the OMC, then we have the filling or service stations. Okay. So those are the ones that we buy from the pumps. They are in excess of 1,000. So they are in the numbers that you are mentioning. And then the OMC, I think they are about 370 thereabouts.
And you work with all of them?
We work with all of them.
Yes.
We work with all of them.
So do you sanction? Have you sanctioned any
recently? Absolutely. We are regularly on the field. So we have a quality unit, for example, that is responsible to ensure that the product that you sell to the consumer is of quality. One of the responsibilities of National Petroleum Authority is to ensure value for money, so that when the consumer goes to buy the product, the consumer must be getting a value in return commensurate to the amount of money that he or she has spent. And the value for money is not just in the quantity, but it's equally in the quality. So our department regularly goes out there to ensure that what the filling stations or service stations are selling are wholesome and of quality that we have set for them, so that if you don't, we close your station.
Can you give us some examples of some of these quality issues you've identified out there for instance, let's say an OMC company brings in the oil, you do your testing. What do you normally find when you test?
Okay, so without pretending to understand more of the technical work of the quality department, because if my quality manager had actually been here with me, maybe he'll be able to speak to the minutest of the details that you'd expect. But we have a spec for which the product must qualify if you are bringing it out of Ghana into Ghana. Then we have the spec for the local refineries that we have in Ghana. We have 3 refineries in Ghana. So the spec is not the same as the spec for the one that we are importing or you are importing into Ghana. So when we come to you, you would certainly, when you bring it to Ghana, as this one is in the importer, bulk oil distribution companies, they would go and bring the fuel. When they bring it, they are supposed to go through the system of ascertaining the quality. Then they would come and inform us at MPA. We independently would also verify to be sure that, in fact, it meets the standard. If it doesn't, you take your product back wherever you bring it from. You won't sell it in our market. And we do that repeatedly. The risk of running down a business entity, okay, is what sometimes I particularly try to shy away from mentioning them. But we regularly publish some of them because the contamination or the effect on the quality might not necessarily be the doing of the business person, but it could actually come out of the process. Like I said, you are buying it from somewhere, you are now going to transport it, you're supposed to store it. Out of this particular process, something small, an irresponsibility on the part of a player within the value chain could compromise the quality of it, not necessarily you, the business person. So if I start to mention names, okay, I might be a little unfair, okay, to the business and its a brand name.
Despite being a long time since you published some of these defaulters, I think it's right to continue publishing. But you don't need to mention names here.
Yeah. I think I'm trying to remember exactly when we did that, but before close of last year, we published some names.
It means since then everybody has been of good behavior.
Oh, so depending on the extent of the illegality. So there are some that we give you the benefit of the doubt, okay, but immediately we will close you down. Then to get through the process to try to determine whether in fact what we saw and determined to be improper is actually the case. So when we go through the processes and in fact it is true, you probably are fined depending on what is stipulated in the act. Okay, we could fine you, we could seize your product. We have a lot of sanctioning regime that allows us how to deal with you. If it turns out that it probably was not intentional or you didn't do it, or we probably got our whatever that we thought was wrong with you, rather on our part to be wrong, then we'd open up your station again and you continue to sell. So when a station is locked up, what it means is that that station has been determined to have had a certain infringement or is about to commit one. Okay, we normally try to err on the side of the consumer. Okay, not on the side of the business person. Okay. Because if it is unwholesome and we give you the benefit of the doubt and somebody puts it in his car or her car and it gets damaged, at least that would not be too fair. So we try to err on the side of the consumer. But when we take you through the process and we see that, oh, in fact, it was not your fault, it probably was our wrong observation, then we come back and open you again. So that's why I've repeatedly tried to advocate to the public out there that the quality of the fuel is not in the brand name, or it is not in the price. There are a lot of people who think that the price, and you know, it is a typical Ghanaian mentality. The higher the price, the quality of the product. You know that? A lot of people try to associate or marry price with quality. When I buy my shoe and I say I buy it at 50 cedis, probably somebody will not have a second look at it again.
So how do the consumers know if it's quality or not?
That's what I'm saying. That so if you see a station that is operating, the presumption must be that the quality of the product is guaranteed and of standard.
Every station?
Every station. Until and unless we lock them up. That's what I'm saying. So until and unless we lock them up, the presumption for every customer out there must be that the product from that particular filling station is of standard, is of quality, and is wholesome.
Let me bring us back to the pricing issue. I know you said, but you explained how the MPA is involved in determining the prices. However, we see a lot of, pictures and screenshots and other things like that of prices of some fuel stations. How do we know if they are really using the approved price? Do you have any team, a team that goes out there to check pricing at fuel stations? Do you monitor? How do you do your monitoring?
Okay, so like I said, we have various departments who are charged with these responsibilities. Sorry, one has to do with the standards within which the station must operate. Okay, so we have a department that regularly goes out there all year round to make sure that what you are supposed to have at a filling station or a service station is indeed what you have there. So I keep using service or filling station because they are not the same.
Okay.
Service station is a pump station where you go to buy your fuel, where you can equally have vulcanizing or change of oil and those things. That's proper service station, is complete. The filling station is where you just can go and get just the petrol or the diesel that you come to buy. They don't have the allied activities that a service station should have. So each of them has a certain requirement that it ought to have to be able to be out there to operate. And so our monitoring and inspection department regularly goes out there to ensure that you have the infrastructure as it is supposed to pertain to the kind of place that you are operating, whether it's a filling station or a service station. We have a health and safety department, equally, that goes to ensure that you have what it takes in the event of an accident or something, so that we are able to arrest it. It doesn't blow into a proportion that we cannot all contain. So that department is equally there. Then there's another one that is responsible for the quality, like I mentioned for from the beginning. Then there's the one that also looks at the price, because regularly you would hear people would complain that I've seen the fuel, or probably I've bought a certain quantity at a different filling station. My gauge was to a certain point. I've gone to buy a same quantity and the gauge is not at the same point. Meanwhile, I'm buying from the same OMC. So maybe you buy from the OMCs are the Guels, the Totals, the Nasones, the Nagamnes. So all those with the board that you see the inscription on it, that's the name of the OMC. Yeah. So the law is supposed to, the law says that so all OMCs, filling station and the one OMC sell the same price, regardless of their location. So if you go to Guel in Tema, you get the same price as the Guel in Bolga. Okay, because we have the uniform pricing formula that allows that.
So how do the consumers know they are not violating the rules? Because the consumers are seeing all the pricing on their boards in front of their fuel stations. How do we know? Do we come to MPA to tell them, well, I saw this change this day, but it's not the same as the fuel station in Bolga, which is cheaper, or maybe another one which is of a different OMC? How do we get to know? Is there any way we could do that?
Okay, so that is why by law they are supposed to advertise, okay, how much they are supposed to sell per liter. They are supposed to advertise that. If they don't have that, then our authority would have to take them on to understand why they don't.
How do the authority know that?
So part of it has to do with the conversation we're having, for example, this morning, and then the consumer out there, when they pick the information from our conversation, then they know that we have an office, we have a line dedicated by a staff who take complaints regularly, so that you are driving past a filling station, you see something irregular. Probably before the end of the show, I would give out the numbers. You see something irregular, you just pick your phone and call us. We don't need to send your name or your person to that particular place. We would go to the filling station immediately, and we have a department solely responsible for that, the consumer service. They are supposed to ensure that whatever that is untoward is corrected, and the consumer ultimately is not shortchanged. So we have that unit too that monitors the irregularities on the field, and then we get appropriate department that are supposed to go sanction them or take a certain action against them to go and do that. So we do that constantly.
Ghana is reported to be producing about 100,000 barrels of crude oil, and the question has always been coming up that why are we not using our own crude oil to be able to maintain or regulate the pricing of our fuel in the country? And I would want your answer right after this break. This is the Lowdown. My name is Nia Akwe Ismail Akwe. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guest is the Communications Manager of the National Petroleum Authority, Mohammed Abdul Kudus. So we're talking about pricing, and you made it clear that there's a department that handles pricing, and also, I mean, the department is out there. They are looking at other things like quality control and everything else. However, one question that keeps coming up is, why is Ghana not using its own crude oil that is mining to be able to mitigate some of these effects of the petroleum issues out there, like the Russia-Ukrainian conflict that has affected petroleum sale and the prices and everything like that? How much is Ghana producing currently?
I try to hesitate in responding to that line of questioning or that particular subject matter, because we are not seized with that responsibility of mining.
Okay.
That's GMPC. Okay. But like I said, I hesitate, but I would still want to speak to it, because ultimately we're sharing information and trying to educate the public. And I spoke to our department, and there's a department responsible for research, and the information I have is that Ghana produces about 150,000 barrels per day. That is what is produced out of Ghana, 150,000 barrels. But the share of Ghana, of the 150,000, is just about 28,000 barrels. Yet we consume about 96,000 barrels a day as a country. You net that, you realize that we need more than we have or we get out of the production that we do in Ghana. So ordinarily, if you net it, you realize that we are net importers. Okay, net importers. So somebody would ask, even if it is 28,000, and let's say that the projected price per the 2022 budget was around $70. Today we are talking about 130 United States per barrel. So you would be making a windfall. That windfall, I'm not too sure how it's going to be able to come in and mitigate, given the volume or quantity of fuel that we consume a day. Because like I said, if what we have as our share as government of Ghana is around 28,000, yet what we consume as a nation is around 96,000. Okay, obviously that cannot be. So the proper so-called producing country of fuel, I'm not sure Ghana is there yet. Even though Ghana could have a stream of a revenue source from that, but what it would take to give a certain sufficiency, I don't think that we are there yet. And so that question should not come, if you ask me personally. But like I said, I hesitated, but because we are all trying to educate the public, because I've heard many have that discussion, suggesting that, but how are we producing fuel and then we are not having the benefit of it in Ghana? Obviously, because it's a stream of revenue to the budget of Ghana, and the government particularly, there could be certain activities that are being used, okay, for that particular money. But to be able to offset the rising cost of fuel on the world market and what you and I buy at the pump, I'm not sure that will be possible, at least not in the near future.
Okay, with your job with the OMCs and working on the oil they bring in, the importation and all of that as part of your mandate, how many of them are importing from Nigeria? Is that an information you also have?
No, I don't have that information, and I would doubt that they really are bringing any a product from Nigeria. I don't have that information though, because like I said, there are two kinds of fuel that they normally bring. Either it is a crude oil that is brought to Ghana and it's refined by the oil refineries that we have in Ghana here, or they bring a finished product. Okay, and a lot of them, what happens is that they buy it around Amsterdam. Okay, they buy it around that particular majority of what we deal in. That doesn't mean that you cannot go elsewhere and went and buy it. But ultimately, whatever that you are bringing into this country must meet our specifications. If not, the quality control department of our authority, trust me, would stop you, and you as a business person might be running at a loss.
So where do you check the crude oil or the refined products? At the port?
Oh, okay. So like I said, there are two things. When you bring the product into the country, so if it is what is the term, finished product, you would have to go take it through the certification to tell us that the product is of the standard that we have put out. When you give us that, we do not just look at it and say, okay, when sell. We would also do our independent check, and we have a lab of our own that will also do the examination.
Is a lab in the office here?
Yes, it's in the office here.
Okay.
It's in the office here. It's probably would be something that one day I'll take you through to see a lot of things that are in the building that many people don't know. It's not just about the human beings, tables and computers. There are a lot of things that are doing wonderful work for us. Like today, we sit here and we see all the tankers that are moving within the country. Just in the office there, we see everything, we monitor.
If we say office there, we are talking about the office at Jolu.
Yes,
right?
just a 2-minute drive away from here.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have the mechanism, we have everything that we independently also verify. And when what we have checked matches up with what you have provided to us, it means that your product is of quality, is of standard, and then you are ready to go to the market with it.
So do they check with the FDA, the first certification? Do they get it from?
Yes. So it is, they are independent thing to do.
Okay.
But obviously, FDA has that particular responsibility, so they check.
Before they bring it to you?
Yes, before they bring it to us. So when they bring the certificate, telling us that they have all the clear, okay, to go and sell it in the market there, who will take it? But still also come for a part of your product, take a sample, then come to our lab, independently verify, and then when we are sure of that, then you are ready to go.
Okay, and then you move to the next department, because the pricing part of it, and all of that.
Yes, so the pricing part, like I said from the beginning, you would come and tell us how much it costs you, you understand, right from the point of purchase to bringing it to Ghana here. And then when we do all the arithmetic, we would also independently verify, because you add the cost of the forest. We know how much the forest should be, so you just don't come and quote any price to it at all. We know where you bought the product from. We verify from the product where you bought it, so we are sure. And the cost of freight, how much it costs you to transport, we know. So when we do all of that, that comes out with the ex-refinery. Then we now bring the taxes, the margins that is supposed to go to the business person. Assuming it, you would certainly have a certain margin you are expecting. Okay, we do that together. The pricing department does it with you. We then have the understanding that, okay, this is how much you've incurred. This is how much margin you should charge. When we add the taxes, levies that are supposed to be put to rate, then it becomes the ex-pump. And that is what you and I would now go to the pump station to go and pay for. So what we pay for is the cost of the product that is brought, the cost of the forest that is used in bringing it, the cost of the transportation that brought it, the margin that is supposed to go to the business person, the margin that is supposed to go to the dealer at the filling station or the service station, then the taxes that is supposed to go to government, then the margin that is supposed to go to statutory bodies. There are statutory bodies charged with responsibility in the fuel that we consume, and the wisdom of the framers of the act built in their margins into that, so that it doesn't take central government to always subvent them or give them money for them to do that work. That money is built in the prices that you and I go to the pump to buy. So take Boss, for example. Yeah. Boss has a margin. I'm not too sure if I'm right, but the margin is around 10 pesos per liter or so. So for every liter of fuel that you buy, you pay a certain margin that goes to Boss. And that is what Boss use in developing and maintaining its infrastructure. That is why you don't need a vehicle to come all the way from Bolga to Tema to come and load. There's a Boss depot in Bolga. There's a Boss depot in Bupi. There's a Boss depot in Kumasi. Then there's a Boss depot in Tema. Okay, that allows storage and distribution of fuel easily and regularly, so we don't have a shortage.
So how long does it take to go through that process for the OMCs?
I might not be able to tell that. I did not probably anticipate this particular question. You know, as we do it at the communication, you try to take your briefing, okay, and then you come and speak to the public. I've not taken my briefing on that. Maybe subsequently I'll get that information.
Okay, so that's fine. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We are talking about fuel pricing and how our petroleum products go through the MPA's system before they get onto the market. I know in the past we used to see some fuel stations that use glass bottles and they pump it that way, and it's very traditional, very local. Do we have any nowadays, or there's none?
We call them the gao. They are still in the system, but they are restricted in their operational areas.
Okay.
They are not supposed to operate within the metropolis or the district capitals, because the presumption is that there must be a filling station at those places. But there are places that you don't find filling stations there, and vehicles ply on those routes. You certainly need them. They too we monitor, we regulate and oversee their activities to ensure that they are working within standards.
So they are legal?
They are legal.
And they have certification?
They have certification.
Okay.
We call them the gao. Yes, that's still there. What we don't allow or tolerate is those that who are selling on tabletops.
Okay.
So those are the ones that are mostly patronized by taxi drivers and motorcycles. They just go by the roadside. That we don't allow because the hazard is too much.
Okay.
So they are outlawed, and the police is working with us to make sure that they are not in the system. But you see, the nature of their operation makes it easier to want to outwit the security agencies and MPA particularly, because it's a tabletop. You understand? You chase them out, they change your location. You chase them out, they change your location. And MPA, given our limited number, even inclusive of the police, we cannot be at all of the places all of the time. Okay? So that is why we try to encourage the consuming public to, as much as possible, report to us so that we will go and fish them out. Because we don't monitor them, because we don't regulate them, we are not able to guarantee the kind of quality of product that they sell. And if you buy that into your vehicle or motorcycle, the possibility of it getting destroyed is higher. So we are asking people not to patronize them. There are a lot of people who say that, oh, when you go to buy their product, it is either cheaper or is higher in quantity. You understand? But you don't know where they are buying their things from. You don't know what kind of product that they are selling. And so fuel adulteration is something that we are working so seriously at. And the last time I checked, I think we've been able to reduce the preponderance of that from a percentage of around 23 to around 5%, okay, in the system. That's how we've fought this particular menace, and we've not stopped. We continually are doing that, and so regularly, every year, we have what we call the Consumer Week celebration, where we choose a location and go and educate the people, and depending on the issue that is on the table or the burning issue at that time, we make it the team and try to rally people around to get that particular thing eradicated.
Okay.
Presently, it appears that adulterated fuel is of a major concern. So last year we were in Ho, where we had the Consumer Week celebration, where we sensitize and try to educate people on the effect of buying adulterated fuel, and the need to report to us anytime you have a suspicion or evidence of one, so that you come to us.
We'll come to the consumer part, and you also tell us how one can get certified to run a fuel station or a service station. We'll be right back after this break. This is a lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown. My name is Nia Akwe Ismail Akwe. Our guest is Mohammed Abdul Kudus. He is the communications manager, for the National Petroleum Authority. So we're talking about some consumer activities we've held in Ho and other places. So what exactly do you expect to get from the consumers in terms of the fuel that's bought?
Okay, so we expect a feedback, particularly complaints, so that when you go and buy something that is unwholesome, or you go and buy something that doesn't meet the standard, we encourage consumers to report to us. We have a dedicated lines with dedicated officers regularly, that if
Are they in every region? Or
yes, so MPA is in the traditional 10 regions. The new or additions that has been made to the number of regions, we are yet to have offices in them. But outside the Savannah, Northeast, OT, part of Bono, that is what we don't have. But the traditional previous 10 regions, we have offices across. And when you call us at the center, depending on where you are calling us from, we just call a particular unit at a particular location to go and ensure that what has been complained to us indeed is true. And if it is true, we immediately stop the station from dispensing or probably apply our sanctioning regime to you.
You wanted to mention the number
yes,
to us?
Yes, the numbers are 054 500 611 054 500 611.
So we can report any filling station.
And the other, yes, we have 054 500 6112. The other one is 054 500 6111. This one is 054 500 6112. And we have a Vodafone toll-free line. So if you are using Vodafone and you call that, you call it at no fee at all. And that is 0800 123 00. 0800 12300.
And what are some of the things you'd want people to call when they see going wrong at filling stations or service stations?
Anything that they are unsatisfied with or about.
They'll call you about pricing.
You see, when you call us about pricing, we probably have the opportunity to educate you, to let you know that we don't determine prices at MPA, because it is a free market out there. And that is what the amendment of the Act in 2015 envisaged, and said that let pricing be determined by the people, depending on where they are coming from with the product. So practically what is happening today is the forces of demand and supply. When the price goes up in the international market, it goes up at the pump. When it comes down on the international market, it comes down at the pump. That's what we do.
Okay. And now this very teeming question. How rich are you supposed to be? Or which political, position do you need to have to be able to own and run a fuel station business in this country? Since you are given the certification.
Yes, that's an interesting question. So everything starts and ends with us. Because the Act of 2005, Act 691, has actually empowered us to license whoever wants to deal in anything related to fuel in Ghana, and particularly if you want to site a filling station. So two things. One could be the OMC, the oil marketing company. To have an oil marketing company license, you must have a minimum of 7 filling stations.
Okay,
you must have 7 filling stations.
That's a rich person, obviously.
rich person, that's relative. That's relative. But obviously, you don't need a sole proprietorship to establish that. It could be a partnership, it could be a company where you pool resources, okay, and come and invest. I'm not sure my law would allow me. If not, I probably after this show would be partnering you so that we acquire a license. So in the acquisition of the license for a bulk oil distributor, that's the people who import, okay, into the country, you would have to come to the National Petroleum Authority with your application. So we would assess your capacity, as in the expected charge that we are supposed to give you, the storage facility that you are supposed to put your product in, the the financial statement that guarantees your ability to run the license. When we are certified per our law, will allow you to operate and give you the license accordingly. Then we have the oil marketing company. They are virtually like the intermediaries. If you go and bring it from abroad, you don't sell it. You are supposed to sell it to an intermediary. The intermediary is the oil marketing company, what we call the OMC. So they are supposed to have a minimum of 7 filling stations to qualify to run. You also would have to come to MPA. Okay, give us every documentation that we require that you are qualified for a license. Then when we give you the license, you go and operate. If you as an individual want to be in the fuel business, but you don't have the capacity to be a BDC, as in importing the fuel, or you don't have the capacity to be an OMC that is having a minimum of 7 filling stations, but you know that you probably can put up 1 filling station, you are supposed to come through the OMC. You can't on your own come to us. You're supposed to come through the OMC. So we have what they call the no objection letter. You come to us, then we'll now set you out to go and bring documents that shows that that area, first of all, has been zoned for a commercial business. Okay. 2, that place is out of danger. So it is not too close to a school. It is not probably too close to a welder. It is not too close to the road. You understand? So you bring all of that. When you bring it to us at MPA, we would then now, assuming all of that has been ticked correct for you, you've gone to Town and Country Planning. Town and Country Planning, they now have a sexy name. I'm not able to recollect immediately. They've changed something special and something. So they would have to zone areas, residential, commercial, what is it called, a market and those things. So when you go to them, they would have to tell us whether that place is actually zoned for commercial business, because you are going to go into a commercial activity. Then you go to fire service. Fire service must be able to guarantee that, in fact, for every fire standard that is supposed to be available so you don't get yourself into trouble in the event of fire, then they also tick. Then you go to EPA. Then APA will also look at it and assess everything. So all of that, and the district assembly would all certify. If they all agree that you can do it, then you now come to us at MPA. Then we would also now have 2 things that we want to look at. How close are you to the nearest filling station? What is the standard of your infrastructure? Do you have what it takes to really operate? Okay, do you have, let's say, a washroom? Because washroom is mandatory and a requirement at the service stations. Okay. You get to the filling station to buy a fuel, and probably you need to attend to nature score. There must be a washroom. So part of that would ascertain that. When we are satisfied with all of that, then we will now license you. So it is not a guarantee that because Town and Country Planning has certified you or EPA has agreed with you. No, you do not need a political connection to come to MPA to acquire the license. No, all you need is your proof of documents. Somebody will say paying sheets, right? You bring them to us. We'll look at them. When everything is clear, then you are free to go. And so at the end of it, it is the board that determines, not even the chief executive. The chief executive only signs on the letter that you have licensing you to be in that particular business, but it is the board that takes that decision.
So the board of the MPA takes a final decision
Absolutely.
To give license to individuals
Absolutely.
to operate fuel stations.
Absolutely. So the license, it starts normally with the inspection and monitoring. when they have to go to the field to ensure that everything they require of you, you have it. Then it comes to the licensing department. They also do their own checks and everything. When they are satisfied, they now write to the chief executive, who minutes it to the board. The board looks at it and take the decision. You are supposed to have a license, you are not supposed to have a license. That also includes even those that we deactivate their license.
Indeed, you need to be powerful to be able to get through this successfully, because
it's about your paperwork.
Your power, yes.
No, it's about your paperwork. Once your paperwork is good, would work.
Well, this is very interesting, because we see a lot of fuel stations, a lot of filling stations, and people say this belongs to this political person, that belongs to that person, and we see all of them. But you know, it's part of the business.
Yeah, you see, I don't think that politics must be a barrier to somebody's wish to be in business. It's a choice. The person decided to be in politics. Okay, you have no idea why probably the person had decided to be in politics. Okay, maybe for somebody who he admires and decided to join the political party of the person, but ultimately the person is a business guy or a businesswoman and employs a lot of people who probably he has no idea of their political affiliation, their ethnic background, their religious denomination or anything. So you don't need anything. Like I said, all you need is in your evidence of your qualification. We assess you based on that. It doesn't have to take a phone call from a certain politician or a religious leader or a chief in a traditional place to authorize us to give you no.
Well, there's an interesting thing you mentioned. That's every filling station needs to have a washroom.
Yes.
Before they are given the license, part of the requirement.
Yeah.
But I don't think we see a lot of that. And personally, I've been to some filling stations. They don't even want to give you access to their washrooms.
Okay, so not wanting to give might not be the same as not having. Okay, they probably are having, and maybe a certain abuse.
But they're supposed to have it for the public.
I agree with you. They are supposed to open it up to the public. Well, this I've not actually found out from my inspection and monitoring department whether they've encountered that. So this could be part of the things that we need to be told. And we've had incidents of people reporting filling stations, service stations who are having washrooms that are not proper or fit for purpose. When we get that particular information, we'll come to you.
Okay.
Yes, we'll come to you and ensure that it is there. Like you said, there could be the possibility of some having it, not open it to the public, but immediately MPA shows up at the station, they open for MPA to see that, okay, they have it. But like I said, because we cannot be at all of the places all of the time, you and any other person who visits the place, for example, and has a problem, you report to us. We would have to go there and make sure that you are opening it to the public and it is fit for purpose.
Are supermarkets part of the things you look out for when people are opening service stations or even stations?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. The mat, they sometimes open some of the mat, but it could add up to the value. But it is not a requirement.
It's not a requirement.
No.
And the banks and the other things that are attached to some of the
it probably is an added value, because so if I'm going to have to do a banking transaction or buy 1 or 2 groceries, okay, and my fuel is equally running down, and you have one, you could be attracted, okay, or you could be an attraction for me to want to come there and then buy, then do my little shopping. So there are added features, okay, that adds to the value and standard of the place, not necessarily a standard requirement for which you don't have, will not grant you the license, not at all.
Okay. So when is the next, inspection going to be done? Is it going to be...
Regularly, as we speak, people are on the field.
They are on the field.
Regularly.
And this time we may have some reports out there of the findings, or we don't need to know.
No. Oh, we will. Okay, so, like I said, before the close of last year, we published some. The next one that we're going to be publishing, you see, a lot of the time we put them on our website and then some selected newspapers. I try and talk to my director, and then we probably make GhanaWeb an ally, because GhanaWeb is a traffic zone where a lot of people go to look for their information. So probably make an ally out of you, so that those information we share, and then the public can get to know that in fact we've been sanctioning a lot of them. There are a lot who we've deactivated from our system of loading. Before you load fuel, we have to give you the access. Yeah. And the system is controlled by us at the head office there. Immediately we take you off the database, you cannot load fuel. You can't, and your filling station will be locked up. You don't have fuel at all. Maybe people don't know all of this thing. Like I said, we might look for a day, and then you would have a walk through our office and see the infrastructure or the technology with which we work.
You are looking forward to that.
Absolutely.
And recently, the chief executive of MPA, he was calling on investors to invest in some of the, I mean, the petroleum, outstream activities in the country. Have you received any investments so far?
Oh, I think this call has just been made. You know, Ghana is being showcased in Dubai. The expo, the 1 year long expo that they are doing, Ghana is being showcased. I saw a picture of Burj Khalifa decorated in the colors of the Ghana flag, and I felt so proud of that. The president is there. A lot of the chief executives of the various agencies and ministries are there, and they are taking 10 to sell what they have. And our chief executive, Sheikh Dr. Mustafa Abdul Hamid, took his 10 and decided to woo the investor community out there to come and do business in Ghana. One, because we are one of the safest places you can talk about within the sub-region. And two, we have a certain regulatory regime that guarantees you, one, a protection of your investment, and two, the expected return for which you come to do the investment. And so he's trying to encourage them to come here. We would want a lot of refineries in Ghana. We don't have that much. Like I said, we have just about 3. And even with 3, 2, Tor is not fully functional. And the other 2, their capacity is so small. So we'd want investment in that particular sector. We'd want investment in the oil jetty fields where the ship comes to anchor and then to deliver the product that it is carrying. So we have a lot of places in the downstream sector that MPA is responsible for, that investors can come and invest and be guaranteed of their returns. And that is what my chief executive in Dubai, I think since Friday, has been doing.
Well, investment will be good for the country, and definitely we all want the best for Ghana. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest is Mohammed Abdul Kudus. Thank you for coming. He is the communication manager for MPA, that's the National Petroleum Authority. We'll be right back every Monday and the next Monday on all of GhanaWeb's digital platforms. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail. Akwe, be safe.
Neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the wills of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, shall we turn to item number 4, correction of votes and proceedings, and official report. Item number 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. Shall we start with correction of votes and proceedings? We begin with page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page number 7. Page number 8. Page number 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. And finally, page 13. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 9th sitting held yesterday, Wednesday, the 8th June 2022, are adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, we have 2 reports, which is Tuesday, the 29th March 2022, and Thursday, the 31st March 2022. Tuesday, the 29th March 2022, and Thursday, the 31st March 2022. Honorable members, in reviewing these 2 reports, I have observed that there are some mistakes in the 29th March 2022, and as such, we are not going to review that particular report. We will ask the table to look into it and address that one before we accordingly address it next week. So we will review the 31st March 2022 report. Honorable members, 31st March 2022 report. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Unfortunately, that is not in circulation. I don't know, maybe by now it might be in the pigeonhole, but we don't have it here. So if we can defer that one to the next week, so we'll do them together.
We don't have the 31st March one?
Yes, I don't have. My usher brought the 29th without the 31st. And most of my colleagues too are saying they don't.
Honorable members, don't you have the 31st March report? Very well. If all of you are saying no, then we will also defer that one. But I want to repeat the 29th one, there are certain mistakes, so if that one, we are putting it aside. but the 31st March, members are saying they don't have copies of the report. So we are deferring that one as well. Leadership, is business statement ready? Is business statement ready? Very well.
Speaker, I, with respect, seek your leave for us to vary the order of business. Speaker, I come under Order 132 with respect to withdraw the Ghana Standard Authority Bill 2021, which was laid on the 12th November 2021. I so withdraw, Speaker, and the reasons are that there are some technical defects which have been detected, and that has come as a reason for us to do the withdrawals. So I'm seeking your leave.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the leave, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the leave application by the Honourable Chief Whip, the actual motion for withdrawal is going to be taken by the Minister of Health, with your leave, sir. Because he made an application for leave for withdrawal. He didn't intend to withdraw it himself. Our rules are clear. Withdrawal can only be made by a minister. And there are experts in this house who will not compromise on this. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the case, sir.
Very well. So now can you hear the minister?
Mr. Speaker, as it pleases you.
Well, so let me hear the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm coming on the standing order 132 to withdraw the Ghana Standard Authority Bill 2021, which was laid in the chamber on the 12th of November 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, honourable members, leave granted and withdrawn. Referral that was made to the committee is equally withdrawn. Very well. So, leadership, let's hear you. Should we go to the questions or?
Speaker, we will continue and again, with your leave, for the bill to be laid by, again, the new bill to be laid again by the Deputy Minister of Health. With your leave. But the Minister for Health.
Wait. Honourable members, shall we now turn to page number 6, item number 9, presentation and first reading of bills. The Minister, is the Minister of Trade here?
An act to establish the Ghana Standards Authority, amend and consolidate the new relating
Table. I'm asking whether the Minister of Trade is here. Let him be clear as to who is actually.
Mr. Speaker, the leave application earlier made, which application you granted, was consequential. It was an all-inclusive application. But for the avoidance of doubt, Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt and for our records, I rise to apply again for leave for the Minister of Health to proceed to do the needful on behalf of the Minister of Trade. Mr. Speaker, if it so pleases you.
Well, the leave granted once again. Now the Minister can take the floor.
An act to establish the Ghana Standards Authority, amend and consolidate the law relating to standardization, conformity assessment, and metrology, and to provide for related matters.
Yes. Honourable members, the bill is duly laid and is referred to the Trade and Industry Committee for consideration and report. Yes.
Speaker, based on earlier discussions we had, we will seek your leave again for the order of questions to be varied. For us to begin with the Minister of Health on questions time. And that starts from question 174 on page 4, Speaker.
If I don't feel my
Honourable members, let's turn to page number 4, item 174. That is a question from our brother, Honourable Member for Bungu, to the Minister for Health. Honourable Minister, may you take your seat?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister is coming forward to do the needful. So if you may indulge him some few minutes. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, are you ready? Honorable Minister, are you ready? We should start with 449. Very well. So, honorable members, let's turn to page number 4, question number 449. Question number 449. The question stands in the name of a member for Medina. Honorable Francis Xavier Kojososu. Again, we will adhere to what we did yesterday. If the owner of the question is not available, we will ask a member to read the question. The minister will respond, but we are not going to allow any supplementary questions. Is that okay to all of us? Very well. Honorable member for Qatar, you may read the question on behalf of our brother.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for help. The specific measures the ministry is putting in place to complete and fully operationalize the Kekele Hospital.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Kekele Hospital was started by the Municipal Assembly about 10 years ago. The project, however, stalled due to erratic flow of funds, and the building has since been uncompleted. Mr. Speaker, the ministry hereby that the Assembly reviews the contract conditions for reactivation. Further to this, an assessment of the level of completion is also needed to determine means and cost of completing the project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So we'll move to question number 567. Question number 567. The question stands in the name of a member for Sisala West, Honorable Adam Muhammad Saparu. Honorable Muhammad Saparu Adam. Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, he asked me to...
Honorable member for Sisala West.
Yes.
I know you to be is it Wa West?
Wa West, correct.
Yes.
My colleague asked me to, with your leave, read the question on his behalf.
Very well.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
So let's hear you.
I rise to ask the Minister for Health when the health centers in the following communities will be upgraded to polyclinics. 1, Fielmoa. 2, Zini. 3, Jafisi. And the last one is Jawia. Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, currently the areas listed in the question have not been captured in our 2022 plans and budgets for an upgrade to polyclinic status. We will, however, do an assessment based on their request and evaluate them individually for consideration and budgeting in the ensuing year's budgets. Mr. Speaker, our ability to implement this will largely depend on the quantum of budgetary allocation to the ministry in subsequent years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We will now move to question number 569. 569. And the question stands in the name of a member for Atebubu Amantin. Atebubu Amantin, Honorable Sanja Nanja. Honorable, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask the Minister for Health if the ministry has any plans of upgrading a Amante Health Center to a polyclinic.
The same answer. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, due to the proximity of Amante to Edra, Kasai, and Atebu, which have standard health facilities, the Amante Polyclinic has actually not been earmarked for upgrading in our 2023 capital investment plan and our current budget for an upgrade. We will, however, liaise with the Ghana Health Service to carry out an assessment based on this request and evaluate the facility for consideration and budgeting in the ensuing year's budget. Mr. Speaker, once again, our ability to implement this will largely depend on the quantum of budgetary allocation to the ministry in subsequent years' budgets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Nanja, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, let me correct this because the records. Amante is currently a clinic and not a polyclinic, as stated. It's a health center and not a polyclinic, as stated in his minister's answers. So maybe it can be corrected. Then I want to find out from the minister availability of funds, population size, and proximity. Which of these is a major determinant factor for allocating or upgrading a health facility?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just let me thank my colleague for correcting the polyclinic issue to the health center. Just because I believe my colleague is aware that I have actually visited that health center since I became a Minister for Health, and I know exactly what is there. Upgrading a health center to polyclinic takes some parameters into consideration, like you mentioned, population of the area, distance from a bigger facility, either a polyclinic or a health center. Then we look at OPD attendance in that particular facility. If the numbers are very large and the health center cannot contain, then we begin to find plans to seek for allocation from the budget to be able to actually upgrade that place. That is why in my answer I'm asking that we will request Ghana Health Service to go and do an assessment. And if they come with the recommendation that that place is upgrading, we will seriously begin to look for funding to see how best we can upgrade the place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, are you okay?
Mr. Speaker, how soon will this assessment be conducted? Because there's actually pressure on the health facility, the health center.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Will my colleague please address the Speaker? Mr. Speaker, how soon has two elements in it? The Ministry's request to Ghana Health Service is within the Minister's control, and that I can easily predict when that can be done. And that will be as soon as possible. I'm quoting from my colleague close here when he whispered into my ears. My very good friend. So we'll do that as early as next week, and then the other activity will be Ghana Health Service availability to do the assessment. And it will be difficult for me now on the chamber to respond to that. But I'll talk to you the corridors, and I'll see how best we can get that thing done in a very good time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Can we now turn to question number 737. 737. The question stands the name of a member for NABDAM, Honorable Dr. Mark Ketnawani. Is not here.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to ask this question on his behalf.
Leave granted.
So 7-3. I rise to ask the Minister for Health, what is the status of the construction of the district hospital in the Northern District in line with Agenda 111? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to herald the commencement of works on the Agenda 111 project, sword was cut on Tuesday, August 17, 2021 at the Chumapalma District of the Ashanti region for works to commence on all district hospitals, including Namdam district, under the project. All preparatory works towards commencement of works have been completed and contractor has mobilized to site since November 2021. However, the Nangodi, that is the Namdam district site, had challenges such as high voltage pylons running through the site and the terrain of the land with the land. In view of this, the site had to be changed together with site layout, survey topography data, grading plan, among others. These data were made available to the contractor to enable him commence work on the site. Mr. Speaker, the contractor is currently on site and has started setting up site office, hoarding, and foundation. The excavation works for the administration block, outpatient department, pharmacy, labs and diagnosis, etc., have been completed. Mr. Speaker, there have been delays and the contractor is behind schedule. However, steps are being taken by the site supervising consultants to redeem the situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, honorable members, shall we turn to question 739? 739. And it stands the name of my brother Andrew Dari Chiwite, member for Sola Tuna Kalba. Sola Tuna Kalba. Name, you may now ask your question.
Mr. Speaker, I'm most grateful for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I ask for permission to make you aware that I filed 2 questions to the minister on the same day. The agenda captured both questions. This one as 739 and the other one 734. Mr. Speaker, my concern is that the second question asking the minister to tell me the progress of work on a chest compound that was 90% complete in 2016. That question is missing. So I please ask you to direct the office.
Honorable member, your question that has been advertised is what we are asking you to ask. So, if you are not interested to ask the question that has been advertised, then it's a...
Mr. Speaker, I'm most grateful. I rise to ask the Minister for Health if there are plans by the government to rehabilitate the Gindabo Health Center, which is in a very deplorable state currently. Thank you.
Honorable Leader, let's move on. Let's move on. Okay, let's hear you.
I humbly beg of you, the earlier statement he made, which he knows, is not part of the question. He said it into the records. I would humbly request of my honorable colleague to withdraw that aspect of the earlier submission so that it is completely out of our records. No. Mr. Speaker, I beg of you, it is only you who can direct him, not me. I can only apply. But that is what must be done. Mr. Speaker, that is what must be done. And that is the truth.
Leader, is it an offensive? I am thinking that he thought his original question has not been, he was just raising a, so I don't think it's anything that he should take it. So honorable member, you may repeat your question.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Health if there are plans by the government to rehabilitate the GhanaWeb Health Center, which is in a very deplorable state currently. Thank you.
Respectful Honorable Minister, you may now answer the question.
Mr. Speaker.
Question, that is 739.
Currently, the GhanaWeb Health Center has not been captured in our 2022 plans and budgets for any rehabilitation works. However, our checks with the District Assembly indicated that the facility has been captured for renovation works to be carried out. The Ministry, together with the Ghana Health Service, will also do an assessment based on this information and evaluate the facility for consideration, and also liaise with this assembly for possible completion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member for Sola, do you have any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my checks with the assembly this morning indicates that the GhanaWeb Health Center has not been captured in their plans. So my question is, what kind of assurance can the minister give me? Because the assembly has not captured it. I spoke with the DCD, I spoke with the assembly member for the area, and it is clear that Solar Tuna Kalba District Assembly has not captured GhanaWeb Health Center in their plans. So the minister should kindly give me some assurance, please.
So what is the question?
The question is, I want the minister to give me an assurance that he is going to liaise with the assembly, because the statement here says he has checked with the assembly, and the assembly also says they have not captured it. So how will the minister assure me that government is going to attend to the health center in GhanaWeb? Thank you.
Minister, give him assurance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the assurance is in the second paragraph, as has been published in the answer. The Ministry and Ghana Health Service will liaise with the Assembly. So whether it has been captured or not, when we go to do the assessments, it will give us guidance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the minister's answer just tells me that he did not do any consultation with the Assembly. And so, Mr. Speaker...
No. Honorable member, you cannot jump into that conclusion. Your previous question was that he should give you assurance. Right? He has assured you. So if you don't have any further question, then you move to... Hold on. Yes, Honorable Leader, do you have something?
Right, Honorable Speaker. I'm surprised that Honorable colleague, he is supposed to be a member of the Assembly, and he, together with the MCE, are to decide on the projects for the constituency. I'm surprised he's supposed to do that with the Assembly. He's a member, aren't you a member? Well, that is what I do. You're a member, aren't you?
Honorable members, the issues have already been addressed, so don't worry. Yes, Honorable member, did you ask another question?
I have another question.
He has 5 more questions to ask.
I have a question, please, Mr. Speaker.
Your final question, please.
Mr. Speaker, in the minister's view, doesn't it think that some of the COVID fund could have been used to rehabilitate some of these health centers? Does he not think that some of the COVID fund could have been used to rehabilitate health centers? Thank you.
Honorable member, the question is not admissible. I wouldn't admit this particular question.
Mr. Speaker, when you announced the honorable member's name and gave him that privilege to ask his question, you said, "My brother, my namesake." Mr. Speaker, I am tempted to believe that he is taking advantage of that esprit de corps between you and him to do his own thing. Mr. Speaker, bring him to order. Hence, I would also look for Andrew and add to my name to have this unfettered access.
My brother has been brought to book, so don't worry. So we move to question number 886. 886. Is my brother Ejapamesa here? The question stands in the name of a member for Secondine, Honorable Andrew Kofi Ejapamesa. Yes, you are asking the question on his behalf.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I rise on order 68.3 to seek your leave to ask a question on behalf of my colleague who is also attending some important issues.
You see, he's also my name. He's also Andrew.
So if you leave, Mr. Speaker, I wish to ask the Minister of Health the step taken to implement the Agenda 111 policy initiated by His Excellency the President towards redevelopment of Efuan Kwanta and the construction of an additional regional hospital to serve as referral facility for major health emergencies in view of the recent explosion that occurred at Apiati in the Western region. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry has concluded all contractual arrangements for the construction of the Aguna Kwanta Hospital, as well as the redevelopment of the Ifian Kwanta Hospital. The contractor is mobilizing to site, and works are expected to commence by end of the second quarter of the year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. We move to question. Minister, Honorable Member for Okaikwe Central, he was speaking to somebody, yet he is saying he didn't hear your answer.
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that might not be the case. I have sat here before, and our system here, if you are sitting here, anyone who stands here to speak is not properly, very efficiently heard by those of us who sit here. So I was here some time back, right? So his comment is quite right.
So then repeat it.
And I'm ready to try to repeat the answer. He doesn't want to read. He doesn't want to read. He wants to listen to my voice. A very shrill voice. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry has concluded all contractual arrangements for the construction of the Grand Kwanta Hospital, as well as the redevelopment of the Ifian Kwanta Hospital. The contractor is mobilizing to site, and works are expected to commence by end of second quarter of the year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You don't have the opportunity to ask any supplementary question. No. No. We move to Eurocrobo. Honorable Abet Tete Nyakuti. Question number 1025.
Yeah.
Question number 1025. Eurocrobo. Honorable, you have the floor now.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. This question was filed.
Honorable members, order, please.
Mr. Speaker, this question was filed on the 11th of February this year. So there have been some developments, but I'll go ahead to ask the Minister for Health.
Honorable member, you asked the question 11th of April, and this is the time that the answer is available. So okay. I don't see the need of going back to ask the question. Please.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'll go ahead to ask the Minister for Health when the completed Somania District Hospital in the Eurocrobo constituency will be operationalized.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I very quite well remember this question has been answered here in the chamber. My colleague is aware. The good news is that the hospital has started operating as I speak now. So the DCE has been very helpful, and we've got all the challenges resolved, so they are now operating the facility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask the Health Minister when support staff will be provided for the hospital to enable the hospital to operate smoothly.
Yes, Minister.
Fully.
Mr. Speaker, we have a skeleton staff that is supporting them now. A full complement of staffing will be made going forward into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are you okay?
Thank you very much.
Very well. So we now move to Menchia North. Honorable Akwesi Kunedu. Question number 1026. Question number 1026.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I will do so on behalf of MP for Menchia North.
Very well. Let's hear you.
I rise to ask the Minister for Health what benefits have been realized from the hospital construction agreement with Eurojet, the Invest Group, and when will all projects be expected to fully materialize? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of the benefits accrued from the Eurojet, the Invest projects include serving the people of Ghana with improved quality health care, significantly providing employment in the various regions, and also offering easy access to healthcare facility within the jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana East Hospital served as the major management center for COVID-19 during early stages of the COVID-19 breakout. Similarly, the Wa Hospital supported with the critically ill patients in the Upper West region and surrounding regions. Additionally, in Sawam, Pifopraso and Tepa. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a correction. The word is on Sawam is in Soko, Pifopraso and Tepa are completed and providing quality care to the people within their immediate environs. Mr. Speaker, the projects comprise of the construction of 8 number hospitals, comprising of 2 regional hospitals and 6 district hospitals. 1 regional hospital in Wa, 1 district hospital in Ghana East have been completed, and the news since 2019, and serving the people in the various regions. 3 district hospitals in Isoko, Pifopraso and Tepa have also been completed and operationalized since the end of 2020 to serve the catchment populations of the sites. A regional hospital in Kumasi and 1 district hospital in Konongo have been completed and are awaiting testing and commissioning for use. As it stands, the remaining hospital at Salaga is scheduled to be completed by the first quarter of 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Now we move to question number 1027. 1027. And the question stands in the name of Honorable Michael Ocheribefi, a member for New Drabin South. New Drabin South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable,
I wish to ask a question.
the mic is there?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's hear you.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to ask the Minister for Health the extent of progress on the construction of the 600-bed regional hospital in the New Drabin area. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, currently the substructure works and mechanical, electrical, plumbing, first fixings are ongoing steadily at 91% and 60% complete, respectively. The overall progress of works stands at 35%, which is consistent with the program of work as agreed. The entire project is on schedule, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, are you having the answer to question number 174? Bongo, do you have that question answer?
No, Mr. Speaker, but I notified the table office that that question has actually been answered some time back. But if it comes out and is published, I will come and answer that one as well.
But the minister, the owner of the question is saying...
The owner is here?
Yes. Hold on, let me... So, Honorable Edward, I think you have to reschedule. Because the answer is not here, unless you are prepared to take...
No, but Mr. Speaker, I said I want to register some protest on this issue. In the last sitting that we had, I was called by the table office that they had got a response, and that the ministry had indicated that the response they had got for my question was not the right response, and therefore, even though it had been scheduled, they withdrew the response. The second time, they called me again, the table office, and told me that the minister was not going to be around. Indeed, that day, the minister sat in the chamber here for the whole proceedings. Meanwhile, I was told that he was not going to be around. Today, the question has been scheduled, and there's no response to it, a written response to it on the what do you call it, on the other paper. And now you have the minister sitting down here and telling us that that thing had been answered some time back. I mean, I don't know what is the deliberate action from the ministry or wherever it is coming from to refuse this particular question from being answered.
Honorable member, we will address the issue. I think now that has come to the fore, we will look at it and reschedule your answers. So, table, please take note of it. And Minister, it's okay. You don't need. Minister, on behalf of the House, let me thank you for attending upon the House to answer nine separate questions. I think you've done well. We wish you well, and you are hereby discharged. May I now invite the Minister for Fisheries. Honourable members, the Minister for Fisheries is here, and the first question that will be posed to her stands in the name of a member for Karachi East, Honourable Wisdom Gidisu. Honourable Wisdom, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise as the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. What steps the Ministry is taking to ensure regular supply of premise fuel to fisher folks in Crashes constituency to avoid long queues at the selling points. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Respectfully, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I respond, I will want to plead that there has been a slight change in the response. So I want to draw your attention. Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, the Landing Beach Committee at Karachi serves several adjoining communities from where fishermen access premise fuel for their operations. It is observed that the rush for the products by fishermen, especially on market days, results in long queues, which may not be due to shortages. It is important to note that since March 2022, premise fuel supply has been irregular. The Ministry is working closely with the relevant stakeholders to available quantities of premise fuel are equitably distributed to landing beaches to mitigate the impact of the shortages experienced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Wisdom, any supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for this answer. But since this is House of Records, also want to put on record that the impression that the premium fuels, the long queues and rushes come only on market days is not correct. As I speak now, if a tanker gets to the constituency now, there will be a rush for it. Today is not a market day. So the impression that it's only on market days, I want to put on record that, Honourable Minister, this is not correct. And I also want to find out from the Minister whether in his own view, if the supply is constant or regular, would there be queues and probably queues and shortages in the air with regards to the sales of the product?
Minister, did you get a question? Or I should ask him to repeat. Honourable member, please. See, at times that's the issue of if we prefix our question with a lot of grammar. So just go straight.
Thank you, Mr.
forward
Speaker.
into the question.
In her view, she stated here clearly that the supply, the shortage or the long queue and the rush is not has to do with it's the shortage of the product. And I'm saying that if the supply is constant and regular, would there be queues? Would there be rush for the product?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is saying it's not because of the queue or rush from other fishermen who also benefit. But that is what our investigation has given us. But I also want to assure him that, yes, when we say the fuel is not regular, we said since March it has not been irregular. And when it becomes regular, there will not be any shortage. And that is the assurance I gave you. When it is regular, there will be no shortages. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you. I also want to put on record that, or to inform the Minister, that the last time that premise fuel got to the constituency was on the 18th. And before that, that was sponsored somewhere in March 18th of May. Barely a month. And before that, it was only over 1 month. So when I say it was not regular, that was also and he also attested to the fact that before March.
Honorable Wisdom, question.
Yes, sir.
Question.
I want to find out from the Honorable Minister whether she's very much aware that people whose work are not related to fishing and probably farming, when the product arrives, buy this product in large quantities, stock the product, and resell at 400%. Some even buy at 60 Ghana cedis, just like the standard price, and resell at say 200 to 250 Ghana cedis. If she's aware about what measure is she putting in place to curb the situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So your question is to find out whether she is aware.
Aware. The measure she's putting in place to stop this practice.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must be honest with my colleague that yes, I'm aware of this situation. And because of that, government is making everything possible to stop it. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable, your last question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The Minister said his ministry is working with TOR to ensure regular supplies. I want to find out from him when will the ministry finalize with these discussions with TOR people to ensure the regular supply of the premise food, because it is an issue that we have to deal with. Cut across Karachi West, Karachi Tumbru, Karachi East, along the Volta Lake. It is serious. And she is aware. I'm happy to say she's even aware about this. So I want to know when will you finalize your discussion with TOR to ensure the regular supply of the product. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I confirm that we are aware of the irregularities, we are also in discussion with stakeholders, which TOR is also part of. They are all part of the stakeholders. And I believe very soon we'll come to a conclusion, and then the products will be available for every fisherman to do his or her fishing activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We move to your constituency is at Bungu, and you are we move to question number 749. Question number 749. Honorable Member for Upper Menya Krobo. Honorable Bismarck Tetenyako. Honorable, we may ask your question now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, permit me to ask the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, what steps are being taken to supply enough premix for to the fishers at Akaten and other communities in Upper Manya Krobo constituency? Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister, the same premise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform this august House that plans are far advanced to install automated premix fuel dispensing units across landing beaches as part of measures to enhance services delivery and safety. Operators at the automated facilities will sell to fishers who have smart cards to access the pumps. This will weed out smugglers and hoarding activities and enhance fishers' access to the fuel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, any further questions?
Yes, Speaker. Speaker, I want to ask my honorable colleague that as part of the plans that are far advanced, will you mind increasing the selling point from 5 to the original 11 as of 2018? Originally, we had 11 selling points. As of 2019 have been reduced to 5. And my check shows that that also contributed to the smuggling and then the shortage at the pumps. The question again is whether you will be minded to increase the selling points from 5 to 11.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, we don't even know the number of fishers who draw this fuel. And so when it is automated, it will give us, it will inform us. And when it gives us the information and we realize that the 5 delivering points is not enough, the ministry and the agency will not hesitate to increase the numbers. Thank you.
Very well. So we move to... Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister has addressed an important question regarding this premix fuel matter. Is she able to tell us the policies that she has put in place so far to reduce the smuggling? Because so far we've heard a lot of the reduction in the smuggling of fuel. What has...
Honorable members, you don't ask me to stop the leader. Honorable members, you don't force me to stop the leader. The leaders, even yesterday, the leaders were given the opportunities that they can ask supplementary questions. So, Honorable, I'm not going to give you the opportunity to speak. So, leader, have you finished your question? Yes. Honorable Minister, you finish. Okay, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister in her answer gives a clear impression of an efficiency in the delivery of premix. I would like to know from the Minister what steps she is taking to reduce the smuggling, because it's obvious that it has really gone down. We want to know from her what she has done so far in ensuring that this has been achieved. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you may answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my honorable colleague asked his question, that people are smuggling and hoarding, and what are we doing? I made mention that we're doing installation. And this installation, one will ask that are we saying all this while we've not been monitoring the supply of the premix fuel? Yes, but it isn't efficient. And so now we're coming in with a more efficient one. That when I'm even in the office, I can read the truck that is loading from shore to the landing beach and the quantity that will be in the drum or the tank. I will know whenever a fisherman draws a premix fuel from the dispensing, it will inform me. And so we are going to do the automation, which will be the magic for eradicating of the smuggling and then the hoarding. Thank you.
Honorable Member, why? What? Come again?
I have a follow-up question.
No, you don't have that. We move to you upper where you have a water fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, I'm the deputy ranking to the committee. I have a follow-up question. Respect.
No problem. No problem. You don't have that mandate. So we move to question number 909. 909. And it stands the name of Saudai. Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Dafiamapo. That's how I couldn't pronounce it.
Mr. Speaker, may you live long.
Honorable, you may ask your question. Please, let's have order in the house, please.
Mr. Speaker, may I seek your leave to amend a portion of the name of the town in the question? It's actually spelled Tango Sarah Alpha Nancy Alpha Kilo Papa Echo, and that is Chanakwe. So it is not Bawakwe. It is Tango Sarah Alpha Nancy Alpha Kilo Papa Echo. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development what steps the ministry is taking to establish an aquaculture and fish farm in Tongo-Chanakwe in Southern District. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since the colleague honorable member has corrected the name of the town, when I get there, I wouldn't want to repeat the wrong name that has been inserted here. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development is implementing the Aquaculture for Food and Jobs program, under which educational and security institutions...
Honorable members, there's so much noise in the house. Please. Honorable Bongo.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development is implementing the Aquaculture for Food and Jobs program, under which educational and security institutions, distressed fish farmers, and youth groups are supported to establish and operate aquaculture farms. The ministry will advise that any interested youth group in Tongo should contact the regional fisheries office in Ho for the application procedure and other formalities. On approval, officers will conduct an inspection of the proposed site to determine the appropriate holding facility. Fishing input support, like fingerlings and fish feed and extension officers will be given. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes. I shouldn't allow him any further question.
Mr. Speaker, a very friendly follow-up question. Mr. Speaker, the minister informed the House that youth groups, I want to find out if individuals who are interested and are capable of maintaining some of these funds could also be beneficiaries of the program. Youth groups. So I want to ask if individuals like myself, if you want to apply, an individual can benefit under the program. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister. What's your problem?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we said institutions and youth groups or any other groups, but individuals are also encouraged to do it, because the thinking is that when individuals also do, you have also a way of employing other people. So individuals are encouraged to take up. Thank you.
Oh, I thought your friend has asked you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just want to commend the Honorable Minister for, we had premixed issues recently, but her intervention has encouraged the regular supply of premix to my area. So I want to thank her. We are grateful.
See, he's a practical minister, eh?
And the Arnold Motors, we are so grateful. But we need more for my people in Germany and Agorake and Chanakwe.
Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have to complement each other. And I am happy that my good friend has said right here in this house that this government is not discriminatory. That the Agbo Motors came and it was not shared in MPP strongholds, but he got such a quantity and he himself did not hide them, but he showed them openly. And today, I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that he is commending the minister for ensuring that his people, the people of the Volta region, the people of his constituency, the fishermen in Volta region benefited from the Agbo Motors that the government imported. This testimony must reflect in the records and reflect so properly. And I thank him for doing that. Honorable Minister, you have done well, proving that this government is a government for all. Thank you so much.
Yes, Honorable Leader. I'm dealing with leaders.
Mr. Speaker, as he compliments the minister, we thank the minister for doing that. But at the same time, Honorable Shariaite did same for him in his constituency, and he sent plenty of Agbo to his constituency to convince the people to vote for him. So Mahama did well, Nanatu has done well. So same thing.
No problem. That is good governance.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I need to respond to her.
Oh no,
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that is true. Mr. Speaker, I'm confirming. Mr. Speaker, I'm confirming what she said. That is true. And I said it right here in this parliament. That Honorable Sherry Aite, in distributing the Agbo Motors, brought some to Ifutu. I got it. And yes, gave it to me. I said it for the record. Mr. Speaker, that was done. And there's no doubt. And I'm also saying that Akufo-Addo government has not abandoned the people of Volta region. The fishermen are benefited. So there's no problem.
No problem. No problem. Honorable Bodu.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable, are you a leader?
The deputy majority leader.
No. Honorable, I was giving the opportunity to only leaders. You are not a leader. No. Honorable Bodo, senior, respectfully, let's move on.
I will do what?
Let's move on. Take your seat, let's move on. So we move to question number 968. 968. And the question stands in the name of a member for Pru East. Pru East. Honorable Dr. Kwabena. Yes, my brother.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have the permission of my senior colleague, Honorable Dr. Kwabena, to ask this particular question on his behalf.
Your leave granted.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development what policy initiatives are in place to develop and modernize fishing practices on the Volta Lake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry, through the Fisheries Commission, is currently undertaking a canoe freight survey to register operational canoes and issue canoe identification cards. The core management policy for the fisheries sector would also be implemented across inland fishing communities around the Volta Lake as part of measures to enhance fisheries management among resource users. The Fisheries Scientific Survey Division is leading activities for inland fisheries data collection for policy decisions. The Ministry will soon establish a monitoring, control and surveillance center at the Kwando Toko to enforce compliance with fisheries regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now take the last question from Karachi East again. Honorable Wisdom, Gidisu. Yes, Honorable. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development what steps the Ministry is taking to supply fishing nets and outboard motors to fisher folks in Karachi constituency at subsidized prices. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, fishers from the Karachi East constituency will benefit from sharing nets under the Fishing Input Support Scheme to provide access to authorized inputs for sustainable fisheries. It is noted that fishers in the Karachi East constituency applied and received 20 units of 40 horsepower outboard motors through the Member of Parliament in 2020. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for this assurance. But also like to find out from her when specifically should the people of Karachi be expecting these things, whether next year or this year, or it has been captured in the budget, because it's key to them and they are so dead in need of these inputs. So I want to know when should they be expecting this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The assurance I want to give to my colleague member is that we will be observing the close season next month. And so we're going to start the sensitization. And as we start the sensitization, we'll roll out the distribution of all these inputs which are already in my possession. Thank you.
Well.
The last one.
Wisdom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last one.
Okay.
We also want to thank her for this too, but we also like to know the criteria the ministry is using for this supply, whether the group should apply or the interval that they should apply, number of people in a group, how often this is to be released. I want to know the criteria. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every fishing community or landing beach has a chief fisherman. And so we are working closely with the chief fishermen to get us the list of members of the community. And it is based on that we are going to do the distribution, since we don't know them directly. Thank you.
Very well, Honorable Minister On behalf of the House, I would like to thank you. You have attended upon the House to answer 5 separate questions from members. We wish you well in your ministry. You are hereby discharged. Yes. Honourable Member, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first 3 questions on today's order paper stand in my name, and the minister responsible for trade was supposed to come here and answer those questions. Mr. Speaker, I want to make reference to our standing orders 63, and with your permission, I want to read. A minister shall not take more than 3 weeks to respond to a question from the House. These questions appeared at the last meeting, and at the beginning of this meeting, this is the second time these questions appeared again. Yet the minister is not here to respond to the questions. I want to draw your attention to this important issue because if we ourselves do not respect our standing orders, this is the kind of situation we find ourselves in. And so,
You want to know why?
I want to find out why
Because you have not been written to.
the minister failed to appear to answer these very important questions. The Minister of Trade and Industry in particular. And to also find out whether provision will be made for these questions to be answered
In the coming week.
in the coming week. Thank you.
Very well. Honourable Member, I believe our standing order 63, which is enjoining the minister not to take more than 3 weeks to respond to a question from a member, I think will be in reference to a situation whereby you don't hear anything from the minister. But if the minister, for whatever reason, has written to the House, that due to unforeseen circumstances, he may not be able to respond to it, then I think this particular order we are raising may not suffice. In any case, my understanding is that the minister has written to the House, has written to both caucuses, the minority caucus and the majority caucus, as well as the table, that is unavoidably engaged somewhere and as such may not be able to come to the House to respond to your questions. I believe the leadership and table will rearrange an appropriate time for him to come and respond to the questions. So at this time, we may turn back to our order paper, item number 5. Item number 5. As we announced here yesterday that tomorrow we may not be sitting, we are therefore taking the business statement for the ensuing week, that is next week. We are taking it today. So may I respectfully invite the deputy leader, who is now the acting leader, to present the business statement for the ensuing week.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this treasure space to present to the plenary the work of your committee, which outlines the
honourable member
for the ensuing week. The Speaker, it has, as you have rightly announced, it has become necessary for this to be done today because of your announcement of yesterday. And again, also, just for the records, I stand in for the chair of the committee, who is the majority leader and Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, because he is unavoidably absent, engaged in some parliamentary business outside of the jurisdiction. And I thank you most exceedingly for the leave granted to proceed to do this in his stead. Mr. Speaker, and again by way of education, this business statement is for the second meeting of the second session of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic, and it is also for the 4th week ending Friday, 17th of June 2022. Mr. Speaker, the report having been printed and circulated, I deem it that members have duly read. I therefore shall rely on the entire content without more and pray that the usual practice of members making contributions be granted by you, and soon thereafter, Mr. Speaker, you take a decision for the adoption of the report. Suffice to state that this is one of the motions where there is no such requirement under our rules for a member to second. I so move, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, our leader has presented the business statement to all of us. So, as he said, he believes everybody has read, and therefore if there's any issue a member has noticed, or if there's any member who has any concerns, he can also raise it for the hearing of all of us. So, Honourable Member Fadaku.
Right, Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity, and we thank my very good friend, the respected Deputy Leader, for a very brief presentation of the business statement. Mr. Speaker, on the second page, the second page of the business statement, I'm happy to see the business committee has scheduled the finance minister to be here to talk about expenditures incurred by government in relation to the COVID outbreak. Mr. Speaker, whilst the minister is here, I implore the business committee and yourself to direct that whilst the finance minister is here, I would request that the very sensitive issue about government expenditure on the National Cathedral, of which has been in public domain, and payments made from the public coffers. Mr. Speaker, I believe it will be in the interest of this country for the finance minister to brief the House as well as to the circumstances leading to those expenditures, partly because it is believed that the expenditure perhaps may be out of what the Public Procurement and the Public Financial Management Act requires. For instance, Mr. Speaker, the consultant, as we know, just got inducted into the Ghana Institute of Architects last month, yet he was paid in 2020 for being the consultant to the National Cathedral. Mr. Speaker, this House passed the Public Financial Management Act and the Public Procurement Act. So if public funds are being doled out to an entity...
Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker.
I don't know, but why then wouldn't you put a question for the minister to come and address all these areas? Because the minister will be here next week. From what I've seen, he is coming to answer the 16 questions. So if 16 questions do not cover this area, I don't think to be fair for him to jump into that area. So if you think you need a minister to answer that particular question, you can file a question to that, so that he will come here and address the nation.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. It's on record that the minister with the least potential to answer questions of members of parliament.
No.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with you. He's not answering. This one, he's been scheduled to appear in the House to brief members. It's not a question. So I'm saying that whilst he's here dealing with that, he should act that so that he prepares before coming. Mr. Speaker, another thing we can do is to file a motion for members for the House to set up a bipartisan committee to do a full-scale investigation. He can choose one of them. Come here and provide the information voluntarily, or we file a motion, invite him and investigate him. So, Mr. Speaker, it's his choice. I think that once this is coming,
very well,
it's up to him to do that.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The leader is there. Yes, honourable member for Bongo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Because next week is COVID stories, because the Minister of Finance will be briefing us on how the COVID funds have been expended. Will the business committee consider also, because part of it had to do, I was looking at even the procurement processes. You know, there was a question today. There was supposed to be a question today on how the PPEs and other things were procured by the Ministry of Finance. Is it possible that you could consider rescheduling that question also, so that at least we discuss it as a whole, because we are going to look at how they have been expended and also the various entities, how they really use the various laws to expend those money. So is it possible that you could reschedule the 174 to next week for us to deal with the COVID issues all together?
Yes, Senior Who Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your compliments. Originally, there was a plan for certain questions to be answered tomorrow, including one which I filed in connection with some road project in my constituency. But we are not sitting tomorrow, so I was thinking that that would have been, or those questions, set of questions would have been programmed for next week. But I've looked through and none such arrangement is being made. That is the first one. The second issue has to do with the question that I filed long ago with regards. Oh, the speaker is not. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that the second issue is that I filed a question on the District Assembly's Common Fund for the Minister for Finance to come and answer on this floor. But I've seen that for Thursday, next week, he is coming here. That question is not included in those that he is coming to address on Thursday. I want to find out why, and if they can reprogram it so that that question will also be added to the set that is coming to respond to on Thursday next week.
Very well. I hope you are taking note of them. Okay. Let me take two, then you come in. Let me give the lady opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hold 2 copies of the business statement. I hold the copy for this week and the copy for next week. And on the business statement for this week, on page 8, I have a very important question listed for Minister for Roads and Highways. Mr. Speaker, this question about the road, the nature of the roads in my constituency, touches the very lives of the people in my constituency. And it's been in this state for God knows how long. All attempts to get some answers to why the roads are in the state that they are is proving difficult. I've been informed that we are not sitting tomorrow. Otherwise, this question is supposed to be answered tomorrow. Now, it's curious that I can't find it on next week's business statement, although the Minister for Roads and Highways is billed to come here and answer the 8 questions. Mr. Speaker, once these things happen, you lose track of where the question is and when next it will appear on the order paper. I want to find out whether there is any particular reason why, although the minister is coming next week to answer questions, my question didn't make it to next week's order paper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So your issue is almost the same as whole central. So let's hear, then you come to you. Yes.
Thank you,
Mr.
Speaker. I think I just spoke about my 3 questions that were supposed to be answered by the Minister of Trade today. And he couldn't come. If given reasons why he couldn't come, I'm told there's a letter. I'm here to see the letter. But one would have thought that at least next week, these questions will be programmed for me to engage in. Conspicuously missing, they are not found in this next week's business statement. I want to appeal to leadership if they can find a way, space in the business statement for next week so that we'll get the answers from the hardworking Minister of Trade and Industry.
And the incoming flag bearer for him.
Yes, respectful leader, may you respond to them.
Mr. Speaker, normally when you go to court and you want to prove that you are a good lawyer, the judges make it difficult for you to get bail for your client. But when you are on bended knees and you are doing my lord, you don't even finish and bail is granted. Mr. Speaker, let me underscore, assure my respected colleague from Bole Bamboy, the mode of application, the tone in itself is compelling enough for the business committee to go the extra mile to ensure that the Minister of Trade comes next week. So arrangement will be made. And my own colleague from Salaga South, the issue you raised, I think that it's a genuine omission that those that have been programmed for tomorrow have been omitted for next week. So we'll liaise with the table office and ensure that all those questions that were to come tomorrow, of which the ministers would appear, at least you should add them. So this will be done, and be assured. With respect to Honorable Kodo, I need not emphasize this one more time. If you say you filed a question long ago, again I would invoke the Okujeto Ablaka rule. Follow up, check the book, the records book, whether Mr. Speaker has at all admitted your question. Because you see, this creates a certain impression about the table office, and I want us to end this. So please, let's deal with it. Now, on the matter raised by Honorable Kwame Abuja, we all know that on Thursday, the minister is coming here to answer 16 questions. Questions that are coming from members. Questions that border on national issues. To me, if Honorable Kwame Abuja is of the strong view that a matter has come up in the media and it needs the attention of the House, he should file a question and go through the process. But I think that the approach he adopted was inappropriate, because you create a certain impression of the minister, and let's bear in mind that as public officers, all we have is our image. The minister did not go somewhere or hide some payment somewhere, and the issue of National Cathedral is a matter of national policy no matter how some of us may disagree. So we have to be fair. We have to be fair in how we approach it so that we don't create a certain impression about the finance minister. That is all I want to say. Maria Bawa, raised a concern. I think this is a matter for corridor solution, so that next week it is dealt with. So be rest assured, we'll deal with it in the corridors and get it reflected for your comfort and pleasure.
On that note, the business statement for the 4th week, which will end 17th June 2022, is hereby adopted. We have some statements.
Mr. Speaker, the day is young, but old enough for members to leave the quarry and engage in some other parliamentary commitments. It is therefore our prayer, Mr. Speaker, that you exercise your mandate to adjourn proceedings for today. No. So it's a prayer. I'm making an application. You will second it. That's why I'm not saying it as discretion. I'm saying it's my prayer. You will second it for me. And you know you will second. Mr. Speaker, it is our prayer that you would grant us this dispensation for an adjournment until we come back on Tuesday. Mr. Speaker, I so pray.
Very well. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we only hope that committees that have outstanding business before them will take advantage of the early adjournment to go and continue work on the referrals. I also want to draw leadership attention that as we start, the Speaker, you can see that they don't seem to have too many business. We hope the intention is not to wait for the last 2 weeks, then to come and heap everything on us and be telling us that there are deadlines, government will lose it, Ghana will lose it. So let us do everything to finish them, where it takes sometimes up to midnight for us to be here. They should think about our health. Now that there's peace, I encourage them to get government business done. But, Mr. Speaker, I agree with him that we should adjourn so that those who may have to travel far will be able to get to their conference in good time before tomorrow. And committees that have referrals should do well to work on the referrals that have been sent to them. With this, Mr. Speaker, I equally second the motion for adjournment until Tuesday, 10 o'clock in the forum. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, before I put the question, I just want to take this opportunity to remind all of you that, as we said yesterday, tomorrow is a special day assigned for tree planting, and that is why we are not sitting tomorrow. Please, we are going to our constituencies to lead this all-important national assignment. So, adjourning early enough will afford members the opportunity to also travel to our various constituencies. On that note, the motion has already been moved and it has been seconded. I therefore have a singular pleasure to put the question. And the question is, as many as are in favor for the adjournment, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, obviously the ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the House is therefore adjourned to Tuesday, 10 a.m. in the forenoon. The House stands adjourned.
Good afternoon, Father. Thank you very much and Happy New Year.
Really happy with you.
I hope you are doing well.
Very fun.
Thank God.
Thank you for coming. I'm very grateful.
We are grateful.
Honored to have you today.
Thank you also for allowing us to come.
I'm very, very honored and grateful to you. So thank you. See you most welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Father. I'm grateful. We hope to have a nice conversation today. All right. Thank you. Welcome to the all-new season of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. And what a way to kick off this season as we speak to no mean of a personality than Reverend Father Andrew Campbell, the man known as the leper's priest. He tells us a story of how he found his way to this West African country and all the beautiful stories 50 plus years here in these beautiful countries. What is a story? Do you know about all of it? We have it all right here on The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV. We'll bring you all of the details right after this. We begin our story with a man who introduces himself as Dr. Joyce Aye's twin, even though they were born in opposite sides of the world.
My name is Father Andrew Patrick Joseph Nilante Campbell. I was born on the 27th of March 1946. It was a Wednesday. And just by coincidence, Reverend Dr. Joyce Aye, she was born also on the 27th of March 1946. So we see each other as twins. Except she was born at 8 o'clock in the morning and I was born at 5:30 in the evening, so she's older than me.
From far back in Ireland, Reverend Father Andrew Campbell speaks of the family he was privileged to be born into and why leaving them was the hardest decision.
I was born into a very, very happy family. I had a brother, Martin, but he died when he was a baby. I have two sisters, but one was killed in an accident just 3 months after I came to Ghana. Yesterday was her anniversary, which was 50 years anniversary of her death, and she was a year older than I, so she died
on the 11th of January 1971. And then I have another sister who's younger than I, just 1 year younger than me. She's at home with our 2 daughters who are married also with children. So there were 4 of us: Martin, Margaret, Deirdre and myself, and then Mommy and Daddy. And we were the happiest family. I can honestly say that the hardest thing for me coming to Ghana was leaving my family. Leaving a happy, loving, caring family. I had a wonderful mother. I had a wonderful father. And I thank God for their great example, their love. I never saw them fight. I never saw them argue. Never, never. You know, if they did it in the room on their own, but not in front of us children. They never. They were always. I mean, they were in love with one another. That's how I saw it. My daddy would come home from work on a Friday. He was paid on a Friday, and he would just take out his money from his pocket and put it on the table. He says, "There's my wages. Now, what's our expenses? What's our expenses?" So they'd work out the expenses to see, you know, how they covered this, that, and the rest. They shared everything.
He tells us an interesting story about how his parents met and how his mother ended up in the convent, albeit shortly.
My mother was a very religious person. When she finished school, she went into become a pork butcher. All her family were pork butchers, the whole family. All my aunts and my uncles, my grandfather and all of them, they were all pork butchers. And my mother, of course, became a pork butcher. So she was in the shop selling pork, you know. And that's where she met my father. My father was living near the shop, and he must have been coming there to buy meat, and he met her. And obviously, he asked her out, and they were dating one another. For how long, I don't know. I never asked my father these questions. I should have, but I didn't. But they were dating for a while. And then one day my mother said to my father, "I have a feeling God is calling me to be a reverend sister." And I don't know what my reaction was from my father, but my mother actually left for the convent, the Sacred Heart Convent. And you know, ever since that time, I've got a strong devotion to the Sacred Heart. My mother joined our congregation just for 3 months, because after 3 months her health broke down and she came out. But she was 3 months in the convent as a postulant of the Sacred Heart Confraternity. And that, for her whole life, she inspired us with devotion to the Sacred Heart. Our home was consecrated to the Sacred Heart. We had always had the red light of the Sacred Heart burning, you know, in our hallway. The big picture of the Sacred Heart. So she always gave us that devotion. The Sacred Heart will take care of you. So when she left the convent, who was there ready to meet except my father? So they started dating again and got married. And I can honestly say, my mother was a wonderful person. She loved cooking. She baked beautiful cakes and apple tarts, and you know, also she just loved it. And she was always helping people, always assisting people, no matter what. She'd go to the church in the morning on our bicycle. There was always a basket on the front of our bicycle, and she would ask the neighbors, "Can I buy things for you? Anything you want down at the shops?" And she would do that. She was so caring and so loving, and always thinking of other people. My father too was also a very caring man. He did a lot of work in the Legion of Mary, and he used to visit old people every week and bring them out for parties and one thing or the other. He was also very, very caring and sharing in every way. So the two of them, my mommy and my daddy, had a wonderful family.
Tragedy, however, struck his home and took away one of his dear sisters, and 50 years on, he never forgets.
We were really well off because nobody in our family went to secondary school except me. I was the only one who went to secondary school. My sisters didn't go to secondary, they went to primary school, and my eldest sister, she died and she was working and it was a tragic death. She was on the back of a motorbike, and the car came and knocked her down. The boyfriend survived, he's alive, he got married again. And I don't think, I can't forget my sister. She took over when my mother died, and she cared for us in our family. She was such a loving person. I could even remember just her, on the 11th was just her 50th anniversary, so I can never forget Margaret for her love and care. So that was the family I came from. And we had prayer every evening. Mommy would take the rosary beads out and say, right, time for rosary. Turn off the radio. We had no television in those days. No television, no telephone, no car. We were just an ordinary family. So she would take out the rosary beads and give everybody the rosary. We'd all grab a chair and kneel behind a chair, and we'd pray the rosary together, because we always said a family that prays together will stay together. You never left our house without her blessing you. She had a holy water font on the side of the door, and she blessed everybody going out. She took us to Mass every morning. Every morning she took the children to Mass, and I'll always remember that. After communion, we'd all be kneeling down, my two sisters and myself would be kneeling down, and then Mommy would come back from communion. And one thing I'll always remember about her, she kissed every one of us after communion. Now, I must have been about 4, and my elder sister was 5, and my younger sister was 3, because we hadn't made our first communion. And Mommy would come back from communion, and she would kiss each one of us. And I wondered, why would she kiss us? Why? And it was her way of sharing Jesus with us. She received Jesus in communion. Now she wanted to share Jesus with us. And she would just kiss each one of us. It was a wonderful gesture. Even the prayers, she prepared me for my first communion, because I made my communion when I was 6 years of age. I was in primary school. So I was only 6 years of age when I made my communion. And who prepared me was my mother. Even the prayers I say today, and I'm 51 years a priest, the prayers I say after communion every day at Mass is what my mother taught me. So to me, my family were everything to me. They taught me everything, and they gave me all that love and that support.
While he had a happy home to grow in, little Andrew Campbell did not entirely have an easy life.
When I was 13, things weren't easy at home. I remember times going to school with big holes in my shoes, and I couldn't afford a new pair of shoes. And we'd stick a piece of cardboard in them, and I'd go to school with cardboard in my shoes. Or I'd have a patch in my trousers. We couldn't afford a new pair of trousers. Things were difficult. It wasn't easy for my mommy and my daddy. As I say, nobody went to secondary school. I was 13 when I finished primary school. And that's when my father says, Andrew says, we cannot afford to send you to secondary school. It'll cost £10 a year. We haven't got it. Go and work. So at the age of 13, I went to work in a wholesale grocer's on the back of a truck. And I did that for 1 year. We worked for a Jew man. It was very strict. 8 o'clock in the morning you start work. I'd go to Mass at 7:30, then come to work at 8 o'clock. And you work from 8 to 6 every day for 30 shillings a week. And I'd bring that money home to my daddy and say, Daddy, here's my money. Every week we got paid on a Friday, I gave it to Daddy, here's my money. And he gave me 2 and 6 pocket money out of that. And that went on for 1 year. And then the second year, I was promoted at the age of 14. I was promoted to the shop. And I was behind the counter. And there I was responsible for all the big sales of chocolate, big chocolate boxes, chocolate, cheese, cigarettes. All of these, I was in charge of that at the age of 14. But I still wasn't happy.
Like an inner voice constantly thumping through his heart, he grew up feeling unhappy and sensing that there was something missing in his life that he needed to resolve.
Something was calling me and said, look, this is not for you. It's not for you. So at the age of 15, I applied to the Divine Word to the junior seminary over in England. and I wanted to be a priest. And I always felt that calling, that God is calling me to be a priest. When I was in primary school, I used to read these magazines, you know, on missionaries going out to various countries in Africa and Philippines and different countries. And I always had that feeling, God is calling me to share the gospel with others. And that's where it started. That's when the seed was sown in primary school. So when I was working for those 2 years, I wasn't happy. I said, this is not for me, you know. And I applied and I got entrance into the junior seminary over in England. And I was there, I did my O-levels, I did 3 years, I was over there. I did it, prepared for my coming to the major seminary. So at the age of 18, then that's when I applied for the major seminary. But every holiday I worked. I worked in supermarkets, sweeping floors, putting food on shelves. I worked in a big clothing factory where they take pieces of clothing, you know, from various factories, and you sort them out. This is nylon, this is polyester, this is cotton. I worked in a big shop, you know, huge, big packages of old cloth and the rest. I worked in various places, you know, during the holidays because I had to work. I had to think of the next term. What's happening the next term? I need money for the next term. So we never did extra classes at home, never. You always went to work, whether it was a long vacation or whether it was Christmas time, it didn't matter. You went to work to bring money in. And I worked, but I remember when it was 1964, I worked in a supermarket in Dublin, and I was sweeping floors, and I was putting food on shelves. And that's when I applied to join the major seminary, to go along to be a Divine Word missionary, to start my education and my training as a Divine Word missionary, and I become a novice.
Becoming too clear by this time that he might just miss his opportunity to go to the seminary, all that was left for the young Andrew was a miracle. And a miracle did he get.
I was working in the shop, downstairs in the storeroom, and sweeping and cleaning and the rest. And I had to get a long list of clothing and others to go to the seminary. And I said, what am I going to do? I don't have any rich grandfather. I don't have any auntie or uncle that can give me money. I don't have that. I don't have anybody. I had to buy shoes, suit, shirts, underwear, all of these. But I managed. One or two people gave me, here's a pair of new shoes for you, here's some socks for you, such and such. So they helped me out. But I was left with black cassocks, 3 black cassocks. I said, what am I going to do? I don't have the money. Mommy and Daddy didn't have the money. My grandparents were all dead. So what do I do? So I said, Lord, you want me to be a priest for them? Please, you help me. And that's when a letter came in to the postman, bought a letter, put it into the letterbox. And then there was a letter. Dear Mr. Campbell, this was August 1964. Dear Mr. Campbell, please accept this gift. It was a £10 note, exactly what I needed to buy my 3 cassocks. Please accept this little gift as a gift from me and my children. I pray you'll be a holy priest and a good priest. Pray for me and my children. Signed, donor. Who the donor is, I don't know. I don't know. You're going back to 1964. 64. Nobody ever, I don't know anybody in my family would have a £10 note. Nobody. And I said, who is it? I guess I have to wait till I go up there before I find out who it was to be able to say thank you. But whoever it was, I'm most grateful that he went out of the way. And £10 was a lot of money in those days. So with that £10, I went and bought my 3 black cassocks, got ready for the seminary, and on the 8th of September 1964, I said goodbye to my family. I says, now I'm off to the major seminary. And I spent 2 years in Novitiate in the west of Ireland.
His journey to becoming a fully fledged priest had taken flight, and the next major thing for him after his training was his journey to this West African country, Ghana. How he got here is an interesting story, and he shares it with many smiles.
At the end of 2 years, you took the vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. And during those 2 years, it was quite strict, quite strict. We talked for the first time of the day at 10 minutes to 11 in the morning. And you talked for 10 minutes. And then all meals were silenced, except tea. Tea was 15 minutes you could talk, and then it was silence. We had a lot of silence, time of prayer, time of conferences. Every day we had football. I was on the football field every day. Whether it was raining or snowing, whatever it was, the group of us were always cross-country running. I used to do cross-country running, all these things we did. And that was for the 2 years that I trained to be a novice and prepare for my first vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. In our second year, we started philosophy. So we started philosophy, and then the second year, novitiate, and the third year I was there, I did the second year of philosophy. And then I went to Dublin, to the major, since a very big major seminary in Dublin called Maynooth. And there were hundreds and hundreds of clerical students are being trained there for the priesthood. So I went there for 4 years and did my theology and got my degree from the seminary. And every long vacation, you had a choice. You could go and work wherever you wanted to work. No, we didn't do pastorals. So the first year I went to work as a welder, in a big factory in London. The second year I said, no, I want to work in a hospital. So I applied for a hospital in Liverpool. And I went to Liverpool and I worked as an auxiliary male nurse. I had my uniform, a nice uniform with trousers, all white. So everybody thought I was a nurse. I hadn't got a clue about nursing. I didn't know. But we did our best. And I worked in the medical ward. I worked in the urological ward. I didn't even know what the word urological meant when he said, Mr. Campbell, you're going to the urological. To the what? The urological ward, I remember that. And even I got to know some of the people very well there. They were so good, so good. And then the third year, I went and also went back to the same hospital, and I worked there in the outpatients department and the emergency. It was right beside the docks, the Liverpool docks, and people coming in with all sorts of injuries. Some of it was awful. And then the fourth year, I was ordained a priest. And I was ordained a priest on the 20th of December, 1970. There were 3 of us in our class. There were 15 in the class, and there were 3 of us. We were only 24 years of age, and that's young. You don't get ordained until you're at least 25. So my superiors had to write to Rome and get permission for us to be ordained at the age of 24. We were ordained at the age of 24. And of the 3 of us, 1 is gone to heaven, and 1 is back in Ireland, and I'm here. The rest, we scattered all over. Some went to India, some went to Kenya, some went to South America. But the 15 scattered. That's, I miss my class because I have no classmates to talk to. No classmates to talk to. Unless I go home to Ireland, there's 1 or 2 there. And then I came to Ghana.
An Irishman in the hot climates of Ghana. Tough as it was, he explains how the love from the people of Osu got him grounded.
I left Liverpool on the 1st of October, and I took the Elder Dempster line, the Oriole, the boat. I took that boat on the 1st of October, 1971. The reason why I came to Ghana, when I applied to the Divine Word Missionaries, I wanted to come to Africa. And with the Divine Word Missionary Congregation, Ghana was the only country they were working in. Now we're working in many, many, many countries in Africa, many countries. But at that time, it was the only country. That's why I applied for Ghana. And you're given a choice. You know, you're told, give three choices, first, second, and third. I got my first choice, which was Ghana. And I came with another priest. Two of us came on the boat. On the high seas, we came on the boat, 13 days on the high seas, right through the Bay of Biscay. So we came to Ghana and arrived on the 13th of October, 1971. But the priest that came with me, after 3 or 4 months, he said, no. He said, this life is not for me. So he left. He left and went back to London and became parish priest in London. He did very well there, and I stayed here. And just at that particular time, I got a telegram stating that my sister was killed in a motorbike accident. And that had an awful, bad, you know, it was devastating. It was devastating. So I went back to Ireland, but I missed the funeral. The funeral was in the morning, I arrived in the evening. And that had a devastating, it took a long time for me to get over this. So that's how I came to Ghana. And they were the beginning, the early days here in Ghana. It wasn't easy settling down to the climate. Ireland is cool climate, you know, and it rains during the summer, it's nice summer, but it's never hot like in Ghana. Never hot, and it's a different, Ghana is a different climate completely. The food, I mean, I never heard of fufu before. I never heard of banku. I never heard of, you know, all of these, never heard of those before. So I had to get used to all of the food, the climate, the people, you know, and it was difficult at the beginning, I must say. I didn't find it easy. And I was assigned to St. Peter's, Osu for a few months. And when I was assigned, I didn't want to stay in Ghana. I wanted to go back to Ireland. Because I said, no, I'm not happy here. I'm not happy. I knew nobody. And I wasn't happy. My sister had just died. And I was trying to settle down and I couldn't. So I applied to go back to Ireland. And it was hard, it was hard. But when I went to St. Peter's in Osu, and I took over, the priest there had died, Father Feeney, the Togolese priest, he had died, and I took over the parish there. I loved it. The people, they were so good to me. They won me over. And because of them, you know, I stayed, and I thank God that because of them I'm here today. So I'm very, very grateful to the people in Osu for being so kind and looking after me during those early days. They don't know what they were doing because it was such a happy community and a loving community, and they won my heart over, and that's why I stayed in Ghana.
The death of his father was a hard one for him, but he says at least he was proud of something in that moment. His wishes were met.
Then I was my father died in 1976. I was called home to Dublin, and my father had cancer. My father used to smoke, something I hate. He smoked, and it was too late. He got cancer of the lung. And I was with him right to the very, very, very end. I was with Daddy. He was such a wonderful man, such a wonderful man. He gave me all the encouragement. And the strange thing about my father, you know, he always supported me going away to be a priest. I was the only boy in the family. My little brother died when he was a baby, so I was the only son in the family. And the two of us were always together. We'd go on holidays together, we'd go cycling together. You know, we used to work in the garden together. We used to do all these things together. Sunday we'd cycle over to see Grandma, and then in the afternoon we'd go to a football match. But we were always together. Dad was a wonderful person. So when he was dying, I stayed with him right to the very end. So on the 27th of June, it was the only day he spent in bed. The only day and I called the doctor, and the doctor says, there's nothing we can do. Nothing we can do. So he asked me, he said, Andrew, there's a crucifix behind me over my bed. Take that crucifix and put it in front of me here. Which I did. And I still have that crucifix beside me in my own bed here. So take that crucifix and put it, right in front of me. And I went for evening mass, and the parish church came back and said, Daddy, what do you want? Oh, just a bit of bread and a cup of milk. So I brought it to him. When I came back afterwards, then he went into a coma. And he died in my arms. And it was a wonderful experience in the sense that earlier on, some months beforehand, I was upset one day, very upset. And I went to see the matron of the hospital which Daddy was admitted to. And I said to the matron, Matron, my father's dying of cancer. And I said, when I was a seminarian, I've seen people die of cancer. I said, I'm scared. What should I do? He's the next room to me. So I was in one room, Daddy the next, and my sister and husband in the next room. I said, what happens if during the night he takes bad? What do I do? I don't know what to do. And I was really worried. And the matron said to me, Father, look, you don't worry. God will take care. God will take care. And here was a nursing sister telling a priest, God will take care. She was giving me counsel. Oh, I'll never forget that. Then I went to the church. I said, God, okay, you win. You win. I argued with her. I said, you've taken my brother. You've taken my mother. You've taken my sister. Now you want to take my father. Why? Why? So I argued with him and argued with him. In the end, I said, okay, God, you win. You win. It was hard. It was hard. And I said, God, I want two requests from you. Number one, that when Daddy is dying, I want to be with him. Number two, he has no pain. I've seen patients die of cancer in pain. And I wanted to be with my father when he died. That 27th of June, 6 o'clock in the evening, when Daddy took bad, I was with him. He died at 7. There was nobody else with him. I was on my own with him. He had no pain. He just went into a coma and gradually went off quietly. And it was beautiful death, as if I'd taken him to heaven, as if I'd gone there and come back. And I must say this, Richard, since that experience, I have never been afraid of death. It taught me something, there's something, life after death, there's something special there. And as if there was that happy feeling, that Daddy's gone to a place where there's no cancer, where there's no pain, there's no hospital, there's no suffering. And I felt happy for him. And I sat there with him, holding in my arms. There was no crying. I just said, Daddy, you've gone to where you were made for. And I held him in my arms. And then the neighbors came in and started crying, then I left him. But I always remember that. That was at 1976. I came back to Ghana.
And thanks for joining us on BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. On today's edition, we take a look at two young Ghanaians who are using machine learning to teach some students how to code, build, and create their own robots through STEM, i.e. science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But before this report, I'll bring you up to speed on some business stories that made headlines in the week. But then, let's take a look at this report filed by my colleague, Maoli Aholumega.
Technology is meant to solve problems, and the introduction of robotics is key for that task. Although Ghana's robotics space is yet to attain its full potential, the company is moving ahead of the curve by teaching students how to code, develop, and use robotics. Before I introduce my guest on this week's edition of BizTech, I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. My name is Maoli Aholumega. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from that break. My guests are Jonathan and George, the founder and also the trainer for Innovtech, which is a STEM center. I'll speak to Jonathan. Jonathan, welcome to BizTech. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing very well. And George, welcome to BizTech. How are you doing?
I'm doing well as well.
Great. Yeah, so Jonathan, you are the founder of Innovtech. Just briefly take us what exactly Innovtech is.
Okay, so Innovtech is a social enterprise that tries to empower the youth with industry-relevant skills in STEM through robotics education.
Okay.
The STEM meaning science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
And so far, how's that been going for you?
So far, so good. It has been going well. We have amazing students and we have dedicated trainers as well, so everything is moving smoothly.
Okay. Yeah, so I understand you're into robotics. When we came here, we saw a few robotic stuff that you're doing here. How's it been going so far?
It's been going well. With the robotics, you know, we do robotics because it incorporates all aspects of STEM learning. That is the science for the physics, the technology for the coding, the engineering for the 3D modeling and engraving, and then the mathematics for the calculus, the algebra that we need to operate the robots. And then these are things that when the students learn, they are able to apply what they learn in the classroom. So they see the real life effect of whatever they are learning in the classroom. So that's why we are doing this.
Yeah, so I know sometimes people build robots to sort of solve problems. So far, how has been the problem solving bits for creating robots been for you guys?
For us, we have solutions. We are working on solutions that will be coming out soon. You know, robot creating is not easy. You have to find a problem for it. You have to create a profile and then give it a purpose. So, okay, we want this robot to work in the agricultural sector. What should it do? Should it sow seeds? Should it dispense water? Or so that's what we look at.
Okay.
And it has been quite expensive, especially with the components and stuff, getting them done. We don't have them available in Ghana, so we have to get them here.
Okay.
So that's one of the challenges.
Okay. Yeah, Jonathan, thank you very much. So I'll speak to George. George, so you are a trainer here, and you've been training some of the students here to develop some of the robots. How has that been for you?
Well, it's been a long run. At the long run, we've been able to train students to do a whole lot of things. It's quite tedious dealing with some students sometimes, but
why?
you know, students sometimes, you have to teach them the basics of what is going on, and from and know nothing, kind of background, and you kind of raise them from that level all the way to understanding how to build a robot, and it's kind of tedious. That's what I meant by that. But so far so good. It's been a good ride.
So I want to learn a little bit about the robots. Are there specific types of robots that you guys develop?
Yeah, generally there are types of robots. You have industrial robots, service military robots, domestic robots, a whole lot. But these sets are educational robots. So we first have to identify the purpose of what we are going to be using the robot for. So we normally go with the base robot, which allows us to do all-round kind of activity. So, yeah, if you want to learn it, you just come and run it through some of them.
Yeah, but some will also argue that, learning robotics has to do with maths and physics and drawings and all kinds of, which is quite difficult for some students. What's your take on that?
Well, it's not difficult. That's the first thing you need to understand, that it's not difficult. It's very easy to actually build this stuff. And with the way our lessons are structured, if you come, you run it through everything. Even if you know nothing about it, you're able to run it through the whole process and you get the understanding.
Okay. Yeah, so let me just go back to Jonathan. Jonathan, so you've been doing this for how long?
For close to 6 years.
For close to 6 years. Do you personally have some robots yourself?
Yes, we have robots.
Okay.
Yeah, we built some.
Okay.
But it's yet to come to the market, so it's...
Yeah. And so how many have you been able to do so far in terms of teaching the students and also the robots that you've been able to develop?
As in the robots you've been able to...
the ones,
So we have about six robots
okay,
that we are working on right now. And then the students have also been able to build some projects, smart hand sanitizer, smart home system, like a lot of things.
Okay, all right, that's great. Yeah, so I'll be taking a quick break and then we'll be right back. So I've been speaking with George and Jonathan from InnovTech, which is a STEM center, and they've been teaching students how to develop and code robots. I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back from that break on BizTech. I've been speaking with George and Jonathan, and they are the founder and trainer for InnovTech, which is a STEM center teaching students how to develop and code robots. Jonathan, I've been having a very interesting conversation with you and I've been learning so much about robots. Yeah, so I asked George a few minutes ago how difficult it is to conceptualize these robots that you create and all of that. There's the argument that it's very difficult, it's very expensive, as well as, people also are not really interested in the STEM. What's your take on that?
That's true. That's very true. For the expensive part, yes, but for the difficulty part, I think that's a lie. Because whatever the students are learning here, they are already learning it in a class.
Okay.
Yeah. But the thing is that we are just putting it into a practical way. They are having a hands-on. Okay, so I learned how to calculate the rotations and stuff. I can use rotations to move my robot. Do you get it? So they are learning it, and then they are seeing the benefit of what they are learning. So it empowers them to learn more, because they know that when I learn this, I'll be able to do this. And this are based on what we've seen, the students we've been able to train. We have students who were doing like poor in mathematics. But when they started this robotics program, they've been able to improve, and they keep improving every day. You get it? So it's not difficult. It's just expensive.
It's just expensive.
Yes, and that is why we at InnovTech are giving this high quality access to people from underprivileged schools in our communities.
Yeah, I like the fact that you're giving opportunity to students and people from underprivileged schools and all of that. I just want to touch briefly on that. How's that going so far? How many people have been able to reach out to?
So we started that last year. We went on an outreach. We traveled all over the country, and we've been able to impact over 2,000 students.
2,000 students?
Yes.
Wow, and they all know how to develop and create robots?
They can build, they can program it. And these are students from villages. They've never touched a laptop before. They've never held a mouse. It was a first time experience. And we took our time, took them through, and then they were able to do it. When we went, we had challenges with them because they didn't have any knowledge in computing. So we had to start everything from scratch. And because we have amazing trainers, because we are dedicated and we are passionate about what we are doing, we did it well, and they were able to. So they build projects and stuff and send them to us. And they're amazing.
They're amazing. Wow. Amazing. Many thanks. Yeah, so I'll speak to George. George, now back to you again. You are the trainer here. I want you to take, I see a lot of things line up here. I don't know what is going on here. So what are we looking at right now?
So when in developing a robot, first you need to see the component that you'll be needing. We have the hardware and then we have the software. But then even with the hardware, we have the parts that are input and the parts that are output. Look at something like this, and it's an intelligent brake. And this one, for example, you can hold it. This one, for example, behaves like the brain of the robot. You get it?
So this is like the engine.
This is this is the engine. This is where all the thoughts and code goes to before the robots can do. And we also have sensors. Something like this. This is a touch sensor, for example. This kind of sensors allow us to, give the robot the ability to pick data from the environment and then interact with it. We have ultrasonic sensors, and among others. And then we have some things like the large motor, for example.
What's the function of the motor?
Well, the large motor allows it to. The motor in general allows it to move around. When you want to build, for example, let's say a human leg. You see the way our leg can move around. And you want to attach. You want to build the robot to have that kind of movement. That's when you use the motors and stuff. Yes. And then the sensor, for example, I mentioned about it. So the touch sensor, for example, the skin, what the human being does, and then so like I was saying, the touch sensor, for example, mimics the skin. So we are just trying to do what exactly the human being is doing, but in a robot version, so that the students can relate with that. So we start from there, then we go there.
Wow. So, but how long does it take to develop a robot? Is it a lot of time?
Well, it depends on the capacity of the person building it. It doesn't involve much time in building. Yes. If you understand what you are doing, if you go through the whole training process and you understand what you are doing, it's super easy. Barely an inconvenience.
And what about the coding aspect? I know it's a lot of mathematics, and I don't really like math myself. But
well, the logic behind the programming is easy. This programming is not text-based. I mean, it's not the zeros and ones and the Python and stuff that people see, but it's actually block-based programming. So the block-based programming, you just drag and drop, and then you kind of understand the logic behind what is going on. That's what is important.
So you conceptualize and develop it from the laptop.
Yeah, we do it from the laptop. Download the code to the and you build from here. You download the code to there, and the robot will work with it. Yes.
So Jonathan mentioned something very briefly about expensive. I want to come down to the raw materials. Do you source this locally, or you import them from somewhere?
Well, we have to buy it online, and it involves a lot of shipping and but yes, we get them from online stores outside.
All right. George, thank you so much. I'll just go back to Jonathan. Jonathan, just final words before you take us through the process and how some of the robots work. You as Innovtech and also as a business, where do you want to see this going? Because I know you've been helping the students develop them.
So we are looking at expanding. We are currently partnered with the Ghana Education Service. We are also looking forward to having corporate sponsors on board who would be able to give access of this quality experience to these underserved schools, because mostly it's only the rich schools that have this. So you can have schools there that do not have this, and they are left out. They are not into it. So we are looking at giving access to them as well, because education is a right. Everyone has to be educated, and you can't leave anyone out. So that is what we are doing. So we are looking forward to the corporate sponsors, especially, and then the government to assist us in bringing access to
Okay. All right. There you have it. I've been speaking with Jonathan and George, the founder and also the trainer for InnovTech, which is a STEM center helping students to develop and code robots. Very briefly, I'll be speaking with some students who have also been involved in creating and developing these robots. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that break. I have here with me one of the students here at the InnovTech STEM Center, and his name is Sly. He's going to tell me what exactly that he's been working on. Sly, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
Fine.
Yeah, great. So what exactly am I looking at right now?
You're looking at a robot that can lift up objects.
Okay. Okay. So what was the process like for you developing this?
First, you have to build the robot. Then after that, you have to program the robot to it. So when you uploaded the code to the robot.
Okay. So you just didn't build it. You do the coding and all of that.
Yes, do the coding.
Do you like mathematics? Do you like coding?
Yes, I like maths.
Yeah. And it's been good for you so far.
Yes,
do you have any plans of being an aeronautics engineer, or robotics engineer, or something?
Yes, please.
Okay. What do you seek to get out of this?
With robots and this one, we can help our environment. So it's something like some of the objects are there that are very heavy for human beings to lift up. We can create robots that will do that work for us. And this is something like automate tasks and those kind of things.
Okay. All right, great. So I'll move to some of your colleagues and I'll ask them how they befriend. And so yeah, I've been speaking with Sly. I'll move to Priscilla and Amanda. They're all students here at Laboni Secondary School, and they're part of the STEM InnovTech STEM Learning Center. You are Priscilla, right?
Yes, please.
Yes. So how's it been for you so far, having to develop robots?
Okay, it wasn't that tedious, but we did teamwork and build it.
Okay. Yeah, but what do you seek to achieve with developing this?
Yes, so it takes things and moves with it, and it's moving with it easier than a normal human being doing it the manual way. Yes, so it makes it easier and faster.
Okay. Yeah. And I'll come to Amanda. Amanda, how are you?
I'm okay.
Yes. So you personally, what do you seek to achieve as being part of this class, like developing and creating robots?
Okay, so me being part of this class will help me bring some robots such as this one to help us move certain items. Yeah.
Okay. But do you have any plans of being a robotic engineer in the
future? Yes, I can help build some robots to improve our conditions in Ghana.
But what course are you studying here?
Science.
Science. What about you, Priscilla?
General science.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Yes, I've been speaking with Priscilla, Amanda, and also Sly. They are students here at Laboni Secondary School, and through the help of InnovTech, which is a STEM center, they are developing and creating their own robots to solve problems in society. They've been my guests on this week's edition of BizTech. My name is Maoli Ahonmeka. Many thanks for watching.
Thank you, Maoli Aholumega, for that report. Up next is Biz Headlines. Stay tuned. Effective today, 1st April 2022, retailers are going to sell bag of sachet water for 8 Ghana cedis. This was disclosed by the National Association of Sachet and Packaged Water Producers. In a press statement signed by its president, the association stated that this has become necessary due to the cedi's depreciation and the increase in the price of fuel, which is a major part of the distribution process. It also noted that the cost of inputs has also shot up, leading to an increase in related products. According to them, this have necessitated that ice bottled water, that is the 500 ml, will be retailed at 2 cedis, and the 750 ml, or what we call the medium size, will be sold at 2 cedis 50 pesos. Then the small size will go, or the bigger size rather, will go for 3 cedis 50 pesos. Iced sachet water will also remain unchanged at 40 pesos. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has expressed enthusiasm over the passage of the e-levy bill. According to him, despite stiff opposition, protracted and sometimes acrimonious proceedings that have surrounded the passage of the bill, he is happy the House has passed the tax measure under a certificate of urgency. He said this during the State of the Nation address on March 30th, 2022. Meanwhile, Parliament has adopted a revised rate of 1.5% for the electronic transfer levy from an initial 1.75% proposed by government.
Despite the protracted and sometimes acrimonious nature of proceedings, I'm happy that the House has finally found it possible to pass the e-levy bill. I believe strongly the levy is going to make a significant contribution to revenue mobilization and the management of the national economy. And I want to thank members of the House for making this possible. Mr. Speaker, there are many problems that we have to overcome to get back to where we ought to be. I need your support. No president, no parliament, no government can undertake this task all by themselves. We need all Ghanaians to pull and push together.
Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta has hinted that the implementation of the electronic transfer levy will commence in May this year. According to him, the Ghana Revenue Authority and the Controller and Accountant General's Department will be the revenue collectors for this levy.
I think it's really exciting because for the first time, we are going to be able to literally have everybody paying taxes. And that's phenomenal. And that creates a certain awareness of governance and a certain personal interest in protecting the public purse. And I think that's important. You know, when people to begin to feel that, hey, my money is in there, so I'm not going to, it's not the Minister of Finance who has to come and catch anybody. And that changes the spirit of the country. And I think that really may be the most important element to this. We indicated that GRA has promised us, but in May, we should get that done. In May.
The government is working assiduously to introduce the first ever battery-powered electric buses as well as gas-powered buses for public transport. The Deputy Minister of Transport, Frederick Obing Adom, has announced. According to him, the move forms part of a number of interventions that would help serve an important leverage to set the tone for the gradual decarbonization of the road transport sector. He said this when he was speaking on behalf of the Transport Minister, Kweku Ofori-Esiama, at a regional stakeholders meeting on the National Energy Transition Plan at Techiman. The Finance Ministry has noted that ATM withdrawals will not attract the 1.5% charge on electronic transfers. Also, same-person transactions will not attract the e-levy. The e-levy is a tax imposed on electronic transfers charged at the time of transfer. The levy shall be administered by the GRA and collected through licensed banks, specialized deposit-taking institutions, payment service providers, and electronic money issuers. According to the Finance Ministry, this is to help widen the tax net and also afford Ghanaians the opportunity to contribute to the nation building. In a document explaining which transactions or otherwise the e-levy will affect, the Finance Ministry noted that loan repayment will also not attract the levy if the recipient is registered with the GRA for income tax or VAT. Otherwise, the sender will pay for the e-levy. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has signed into law the e-levy. The decision comes after the e-levy was passed by Parliament on March 29th under a certificate of urgency in the absence of minority lawmakers who staged a walkout when the bill was at the consideration stage before the second and third readings. The levy, which has courted controversy since its announcement in Parliament, will now be implemented to cover electronic transfers, including mobile money, bank transfers, among others. Despite stiff opposition, the tax measure will fill revenue gaps, and help address the country's revenue mobilization and economic management. Meanwhile, Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, during the consideration stage, announced an amended rate for the levy from a proposed 1.75% to 1.5%. It will apply to electronic transactions that are more than 100 cedis on a daily basis. He argued that the implementation of the e-levy will rake in 6.9 billion cedis in revenue for the 2022 fiscal year. Although the levy has been passed and assented into law, the minority caucus in Parliament have on numerous occasions described the levy as regressive and one that would erode gains made towards a cashless economy and cripple businesses in the informal sector. That's all for today, and thank you for joining us on the most watched business show in the country. BizTech airs every Friday on GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. But before we go, do log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. Once again, I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Do have a lovely weekend.
This view is beautiful. I can come here and take pictures. Back again, you're back again, you're back again, you're back again, you're back again, Charlie. Guys, I'm currently here in Durban, South Africa, and I slept at this beautiful hotel called the Capital Prince, and I know you'll be interested. Guys, I want you to see how it looks like, but we are going to start from the room. Even though we are doing our intro here, we are going to start from the room, have some breakfast, and explore the place. Let's see what we have. And this place is really big. I am sure there are lots of rooms. Some have like the view, the sea view, others don't. So let's see what this place has to offer. I'm super excited. I slept so well, but I need you to see what I am seeing right now. So let's go, let's explore the hotel. Let's go. Hello, you're welcome to my room. Come in, come. So this is how my room looks like. As soon as you enter, there is this, a safe, and places you can keep your items. I've already settled in. And yeah, it also comes with a very big fridge. They only have water, like sadly, no drinks. But it's okay. Then this is like your mini kitchen. And the best part is the bed. Woo, woo, woo. Guys, I'm going to be be in this room for the next 4 days. Like, this bed is so comfortable, and yeah, let's see if they have a beautiful view. Let's see. Okay, you get to see other hotels. I see Radisson Blu, I see WBH Home. So guys, yeah, this is how it looks. Let's go to the bathroom. So yeah, they have like I really like the bathroom because it's so cute, and I mean, this bathroom is for one person, and because I'm alone, why not? So I love the place. This is where I'm going to be for the next 4 days, and I'm super excited. And guys, let me know in the comment section if you like the place already. I haven't really explored the place yet, but I'm yet to. I'm glowing. I like the South African sun. I love the strip. I'm enjoying my time so far here, and yeah, it's like I'm glowing different. Let me know in the comment section if you also agree. Hi, Sassy. Let's see your room. Yeah.
Gosh, yes. Okay. Beautiful kitchen, beautiful bathroom. You know, they're quite spacious. Well, the best thing about this room, right? There's a balcony view. Come check it out. Come and check it out.
Wow.
This is what you call an expensive view.
This view. You are so lucky. I'm so jealous right now. Like, she got the best view. Yeah. I didn't get the best view, sadly. Where are you? Look at you. I didn't get the best view, sadly. I'm at this side.
She's on the other side.
So sad. I literally want to cry right now. But I mean, this view is beautiful. I can come here and take pictures. Oh, this is nice.
Lovely.
Yeah, lovely space. So I just came to Anita's room. She also has a beautiful view, just like Sassy. Hi, Anita.
Hi, darling.
You're looking sweet.
Thank you. We're about to make some magic here.
Hey. So let's see her balcony too. She also has a beautiful view. Ah, this is beautiful. This is so refreshing waking up every day. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning from the capital Pearl here in Durban. I love the weather. So guys, I love the fact that my skin has been glowing ever since I came to South Africa. Like, look at this. I didn't even wear makeup today. I just do my eyebrow, put some lip shine, lip gloss, and I'm feeling myself. So this is my outfit of the day. Yay! And yeah, I'm super excited about today. Let's go. Let's experience the beautiful Durban. Let's see what they have to offer. Let's see where we are going. I don't even know where we are going, but yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Good morning. You're the only one here. Yeah. Everyone else is still sleeping. And I forgot to mention that here, nose mask is still like compulsory. You have to wear your nose mask every time. This is my first day here having breakfast, and you all are coming home. So let's go grab some breakfast. So good morning. I'm having stir fry for breakfast this morning, and I've been having eggs since I came here, so today no eggs for me. For the first meal here at the Capital Pearls Hotel, this is good. I had stir fry. I think I'll just go for fruits. This is apple juice, and call it like end my breakfast because it was so good. It was really, really good. How was your night?
Restful. You know, I can hear the waves. You know, the beach waves this morning. Spectacular.
Anita, how are you? How was your night?
It was fabulous.
Fabulous.
Oh, you didn't come to my room now.
I'll come tomorrow. So this place is really, really beautiful. I like the fact that Durban has like high-rise building in the city. It's so clean. Wow, this is so beautiful, so refreshing. But it's so cold, even though the sun is out, that the pool is so cold. And I don't think I'll be able to swim this time around on my trip because it's so cold. They are very close to winter now. So yeah, May is approaching winter. Yeah, but it's not cold for them. Like, I'm sure they are used to it. So, but we as foreigners, it's cold. It's cold. Like yesterday, my one of my South African colleagues were like, "Oh, it's so hot," and I'm like, "Hey, come to Ghana, come to Nigeria, and see for yourself." So yeah, it's really beautiful out here, and I just wanted you to also appreciate this, appreciate the sun, appreciate the buildings, appreciate the pool. Hey, say hi to Sassy Funke. Are you looking sweet?
You never have to bring it to South Africa, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. The sun is getting right, you know?
Ah, you have a very nice body. Hey, hey, hey. So we are going to take some few pictures here and leave. This is the sea view from here. Good morning. I already started eating today before inviting you. You're all invited. I'm having chicken, beans, and potatoes, and some yogurt, vegetables, and sweets. This has been my favorite meal since I came to South Africa with tea. So, okay, yeah, you're all invited. I'm here with Sassy Funke. If you don't know Sassy Funke, you need to check out her channel. She's a Nigerian YouTuber.
Yeah, talking about travel and whatnot. You're gonna love me because I have the energy, you know, and I'm gonna love you guys too. So come on board.
So it's 5 o'clock now, and I came downstairs to swim because this is the only time we have here at the hotel before dinner. And guess what? The weather is so cold. The weather is so cold. I don't know if I'll be swimming because I'm already. This is my first attempt to swim, and woo, this feels so good. I think the best time to swim is during the day. So I have like few minutes to leave this place. I just wanted to say that the Capital Pearls Hotel has been so good to me. Just have to make sure that I haven't left anything. Has been so good to me, and I mean, this place is beautiful. The bed is messy now, but I'm leaving now. This place has been very comfortable. The bed clean, like wow. I'm really impressed. If you want a place to stay here in Durban, I will recommend this place. It's neat, it's clean, it's in the city, it's in the town, it's very close to the sea. So if you want a sea view, this place is perfect for you. I'm just doing a checkup just to make sure that I haven't left anything here. Alright, so I'm good to go. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. So guys, I'm super late, so this is what I'm having for breakfast before I leave this hotel. Guys, the beef sauce was so good. Even though I'm late, I had to like go for another one. This is so good. When you put it in the bread, it's like it tastes like sandwich. Ah, it's nice. I hope I invited you though. You're all invited.